probably start talking because I'm recording. Boring ass YouTube video for the first 10 seconds. Just tired today. I don't know what it is. We're continuing with gameplay CLI. We're gonna implement the tree and directory commands today. I think those are both be pretty chill. We'll see though. I mean, maybe there will be something that weird that pops up. I think the formatting of like tree is gonna be the most annoying part of it, since we have all like the data already gathered. These commands, they're gonna be the test of me. Let us get started. Where are they? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we can do those two, and then we can probably start on figuring out how we're gonna do the help command. Which one do I want to do first, though? I feel like if I do tree, directory should be pretty chill, because tree is just going to be everything. Well, no, tree and directory... Well, tree is completely thorough from where you are. Directory, then, is just the directory in which you are, so... They're both kind of about the same amount of work. One is just stopping the loop before we go deeper, and then one is just letting it go as deep as it can. But yeah, the formatting of tree is going to be kind of annoying. I don't know if the font we have can give us that like really good looking tree. I have no clue. I mean, I don't know if this is anything unique in terms of like the characters that it's using. Oh no, that is something different. And that's not a dash. What are those characters? Can I do like a... Can I do a lookup? It's not like an ASCII character. Hex character lookup. Unicode, that's what I was looking for, was Unicode. Box drawings light, vertical, and right. I found it here. I mean, we can see if Liberation Mono supports that and what it looks like. It does. So this should be okay to use. And then I think there's one more we need. What's up, Frozen? I talk alone? Yes, I do, because I always assume that the moment I press stream that there is at least one person watching. And it's not like an ego thing, but rather I don't like the idea of dead air where until somebody types in chat I just remain silent, especially because I recorded for YouTube as well. So I kind of just always pretend that there is somebody listening for the sake of it. Okay, we need this one too. I think we just need these three characters. That should do it. How we're going to connect those all together. This is going to be annoying. This is going to be really annoying. I mean, maybe not, because we can kind of... It is split into sections. But I'm kind of thinking, like, if we loop through, let's say, from Unreal Game, right? We have to use this character here. If there is more than one... So we could grab that array of children contents, and if the length is greater than 1, we have to use this one. If the length is only 1, we use this one, right? And this doesn't list, tree doesn't list files, right? Or does it list files? Directory would of course list files. No, tree does not list files, directory does list files. And that's only that one that's that folder that we're in. And I don't know what information we want to include. Like, we don't have a file creation date or time. I could put that in there as like flavor. And probably algorithmically like determine like the size of a text file based on how many characters are in it. That should be pretty easy to do. We need to create 2 new commands today, directory and tree, for our command line interface. And I'm trying to model it after what Windows does with it. But I have to like reverse engineer this a little bit just to figure out what to include and how to format it specifically. Tree is kind of interesting with it. Tree only shows folders, not files. 3 spaces for tabulation. Is that a word, tabulation? It is now. But we have to we have to take the data, because we already have the names of all the folders, but now we have to dynamically create each line based on the depth that we're in, which is going to be just, I feel like it's going to be a headache. It's going to be a lot of like little weird math and appending and selection of which character to use. A lot of trial and error, I fear. But nothing complex, just trial and error. Yeah, it's like if I press play, I'll show you what we have right now in terms of the data. We know exactly like where the character is in the drive at any time. We know what objects we have and the invocations that are used, all the valid invocations for the specific interface, any of the initialized persistent objects. So we should know, like if I were to CD into the deepest drive that we have here for testing. Oops, let me do... Okay, we'll CD into that, then we can see... We know exactly where we are, 000 within the drive data, which is here. So looping through this, is especially from like our current location, is super simple. What's gonna suck is creating the visual aspect of tree. Like, we already have the folder names, we know the drive name. But we need to know depth. And then we need to test, every time we enter a new depth, we need to test how many children are there, because that will determine which character we use here. But it's always 3 space. Well, it's not 3. It's 4, right? 4. But it's 3 and then a character. But we'll know that if we're not starting a new child. Yeah, it's always the first child is going to look like this or with this character. And it's only the child after that where we put the 3 spaces. It's not going to be horrible. It's just going to be kind of tedious, I guess, is the way to put it. It shouldn't be horrible. It shouldn't be horrible. Because it is very consistent with the way that it's building the tree visual. Very consistent. Now we'll just dive in. We'll just dive in. Let me copy this just to throw it in our thing here so I can kind of break it down piece by piece. I don't know why it does like the D:period. Like, I don't know why the period is there. I don't know if it would look better with like that. I guess it's trying to show that it is in the D drive, is where like it originates from. I could change it to be like root drive, you know, D or something, just for a little bit easier readability. That'll be easy to do. Let's get the function made and we'll start to do the parsing. Okay. Parse input. Run command. Tree. Print tree.
Daddy.
Oh my god. Invocation. Or we can just plug in the whole parsed inputs, really. Now we'll do the invocation and the parsed inputs. Because we need to test if the player types in something stupid like, you know, tree1, because of course that is not a valid argument. There is no valid argument to tree. We just need to make sure the player typed in only tree. So we just need to check if parsed input is empty. Length is equal to 1. Because I do put the invocation into the full parsed input. Otherwise, print string, raise script error. That's where we're going to put the... We don't actually want to raise a script error. This is just like the failure of the player to type in the right thing. But I'm just putting that there so I know if I hit any of these, I need to make sure that I do something there. But I'm not worrying about putting in like proper debug for the player yet. We'll do that after we have all the base commands put in. Oh, also we need to make sure we build valid files and folders. That's really important to do here. I have it plugged in, but we never have it. I didn't actually make this yet. So we have to do that first. And this will be really useful for for directory, because we basically can just read through a couple of these string arrays. Hey, Athano, it is lovely to see you too. Bitch. Sorry. That's really unnecessary. I did have a break. Welcome back, insult. Do you actually care if the current drive location is empty? I don't think we do, because we would just be reading at whatever depth we're at. I guess we do need to handle it slightly differently if it is empty. Because if it's just the map drives, then we can actually just for loop through those. It's just see your face again. It is really, I'm really, I am sorry that I took the break. I did need it. It's good to be back, and I'm really happy that you guys are here.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Shiitake?
Shiitake?
I'm never gonna get I'm never gonna not find that funny. When we do the drive loader, do we actually want, you know, because like if the player is at the root and they run the directory command, how do we want that to look? Like, let's say, you know, what do we want it to print? Because it's gonna print, you know, our interface name, right? And the player typed in directory. What does the rest of the console look like then? Do we want to say, what does it look like here? It shows your current directory, but I mean, this is just kind of duplicated information from up here, which I mean, I guess we could do. I don't really care about that yet, though. We just need to know, what are we actually printing here. I don't think mode matters. I mean, this is just flavor in our game, because you can't really do anything with that in ours. Creation time, maybe, sure. But for name, do we want to show, if you're at the top level directory, just like the drive letters? Or maybe like this would be better. I think it would look better like this. And there wouldn't be any valid files, so that can just remain empty. That one, this part of it is thankfully very easy. Now, if we are not empty with current drive location, and do we for sure run this at the end of changing here? I don't think we do. I just realized I don't have a return here. Okay. It's supposed to go here anyway. I always do it for the sake of knowing where things end. Even if it normally just would anyway. Okay, good. That'll build. Now for building the valid files and folders, we need to loop through until we get to the point where we actually are. So if, for instance, we were down here, we need to ignore everything until we actually get to that location. I think that will be relatively easy because we know that we're in some folder. So what I need to do is loop through until we get to the current folder config. So we know that it should be a folder structure, current folder. We're going to loop through each, getting a copy of our current tested drive index. Maybe not drive index, folder index. And then once we actually reach that point, once we're actually done, so we just kind of keep going and going and going until we are at the last index. And that's when we set it. So maybe we also need current loop index because we need to know when we're on the last loop. Oh no, we need to use the first index. Okay, hold on. I need to rethink this a little bit. We need to use the first index of current drive location to grab the row handle of the drive that we're in. Because I made it so that we can reuse drives, like for like networked drives, where maybe a bunch of different computers have access to the same network drive. So we need to use the first index here. To grab the current drive that we're at. I mean, we already test if that's valid, right? I think. I shouldn't have to redo that. Clip that. Clip that, because in the future it's gonna break and I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Okay, and then this is a... What structure is this? Drive structure. And that's our array of instance structs. And that's where you want to loop through from... Let me think here. I mean, if the length of that integer array is only 1, then we're just in that top level, so like I'm in the C drive. And so we don't need to loop through this because we can just gather that structure. We can just gather that right then and there. So I'll do another check if, I mean, we could do it either length or we can do valid index, but I'll just do length for consistency because I did that before. Because that handles length 0. If length is equal to 1, and you know what, we can local variable this because we will have to loop through it, so we'll just do current drive contents. Because we only care about the drive that the player is actually currently inside. Alright, if it's equal to 1, we can just loop through these. I mean, as long as it's not empty, I guess we do need to check if the drive contents is empty. Do we care about that, though? I mean, I guess we can just, like, leave that the way it is. Or just return. Because then there's no valid folders and no valid files. So I guess we can just return here. Because there's nothing. Paxian, good morning, man. Aren't you Australian, though? Good evening. I don't know, half of you seem to be Australian. I do seem to have a lot of Australian viewers. Here's the only problem is like I separate current valid drive folders and valid files separately. I don't know if we need to do that. I mean, let's think of it this way. If we have directory, right? And that's listing files and folders. We want to list that in order. And for tree, we're not going to be building from this array anyway. So I don't see any reason why we would need to separate that. We don't use these anywhere yet, right? Oh, only to clear. Okay, so I'll just delete one of these and we'll just do current valid drive contents. And that'll be the name of the folder or file. I live in Ireland. I didn't know that. How is Ireland? You have a strong Irish accent. The Irish have their own whiskey, right? You guys don't drink too much, like... What is Irish whiskey like? Is it like rye mostly in the mash bill? Oh, you're American. Did I know this? Did you tell me that you moved to Ireland? Americans everywhere. What, did you marry some girl who's got like some strong, sexy Irish accent? Or guy? Oh, your mother married an Irish farmer. Does he farm potatoes? Because I feel like that's like the stereotype, right? Is that Irish farmers are like farming potatoes? Oh, he's cows. Cows are cool. How many cows? I like cows. I don't know if I'd ever be a cow farmer, but I do like cows. I think they're nice. They're pretty fun to milk, like a dairy cow. Every time I've been around dairy cows, they're pretty chill. And quite friendly. Yeah, they don't look super chill. I mean, maybe like you could have like that angry old bull. But I've mostly been around dairy cows because I'm from Wisconsin. Of course, you know, the land of cheese. We need to handle the structure. We need to resolve it. So I need to check if the instanced structure value is either a file or a folder. So that's all we really have right now. Well, I don't know why I'm doing that. So it's either valid as a folder, we don't care about the contents, or it is valid as a... Couldn't I just break it directly? No, because that would fail. So it would be better just to do the get instant structure value. Big and scary, in my opinion. I wouldn't trust any animal that can carry that much weight and force it toward. That's true. I feel that way about horses. Like I've never had a problem with a horse. I've ridden a horse before. but I'm still a bit like wary around horses because all it takes is like one mistake and you turn into Hodor. And that frightens me. Because I feel like with a cow, like, you know, the worst that could happen is I get like headbutted by like a dairy cow. And yeah, it could break some ribs, maybe knock me down, and sure, there's always the worry about trampling. But like a horse, like I will never stand behind a horse. It doesn't matter if the horse is nice or not. I'm never standing behind a fucking horse. Maybe I just played too much Red Dead Redemption. I don't know, but I don't stand behind a horse. I'm gonna draw a top
You
down.
can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Here's a top down horse. Okay, this is horse top down. Horse top down. Okay. Now here is Valid's. Yeah, this is a horse. Here is Valid standing. Like area for horse, in my opinion. This is a little risky, right? Little risky here. This is pretty risky to me. Like if I'm gonna pet a horse, you know, and be nice to it, I'd rather do it from the side. And I think here too we're starting to get into danger range. And then here it's like no bueno. This is Hodor. You turn into Hodor here. It's a lizard. Shut the fuck up. Let me draw. Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't thinking that bite, but they could like trample you by running into you. But they can bite. Yeah, they got those scary ass teeth. There's your new NFT. Bored Ape Yacht Club. Okay, we'll check then if it is a file structure. And add the name. And that should be kind of it. Doesn't need to learn. He'll have I will have people for the art. Oh, nice, Paxi. That's a good thing, actually. I mean, I know people tell me like, oh, you're an indie dev. That means you need to learn how to do art as well. But I don't want to be a solo dev. I have no desire whatsoever to be a solo dev, because that'll mean that my game will never actually come out. So I'm not going to learn how to draw. I'm going to hire people that know how to draw. I think when I was younger, I kind of was like, oh, I should be a solo developer. But nowadays, I don't know. It doesn't really appeal to me. Because I like making big games. Big, beautiful games. And we should raise a script error here. I think all we need to do to make it work for a length that is greater than 1 is we just need to determine the current drive content. So we need to loop through our drives until we actually get to the folder in which we're at, I believe. So we'll do current drive contents, and we're going to for each through yeah, I'm going to for each loop through here. First though, we're going to delete the first index because that's just the current drive we're at. So just remove index and then we can loop through them. Ooh, hold on. This is the, hold on. We want to copy that. We want to make a copy of current drive location. I could always skip it. I mean, fuck it. I won't remove the index. I'll just skip the first index. Then I don't have to do that bullshit. I could also do a for loop and then just grab, but whatever. Okay, what we want to do is, we know that we're in a folder. We've already tested, so the current tested folder index we know is a folder. We know it's a folder. I'm trying to think of how to do this like in the most slim way. Current drive contents array of instance structures. I mean, that's the first index. We're skipping the first one, so we know that we're in a folder now with the current tested folder index. But I feel like this is testing the wrong thing. Because the folder itself is that array of folder contents. We need to be... We need to be testing the current folder contents that we're checking. God damn it. Sometimes, man. Now I forgot what it looked like. I feel like down here we need to grab that first folder. But at the same time, they're both just arrays of folder. Yeah, but the first one is not a folder. The first one is a drive, which is the array of instance structures. The folder is a separate structure, which has a name and then an array of instance structures. So we do for the first index. Need to grab current drive location, get the index of the folder we're on. Yeah, but it's the same thing. They're both folder structures. Why am I getting stumped on this? No, we just loop through, ignore the first index. We know it's a folder, grab the folder contents. And then update the one we're testing. We did this in change directory. The same thing. It's literally the same thing. I don't know why. Like, I've already made the thing that I'm trying to make again. I don't know why that's stumping me. Although this was for testing the strings against it. What's up, Shielduk? I'm kind of jealous that you're making a streaming game. Sounds like fun. Get instance struct value. Folder. We don't care about the name here. At least not until we get to the last index. That's where it truly matters. And then we set the current drive contents from that last index and just let it run this build. And we should be good. Well, I'll tell you what, Shielduk, you know, the fact that you're fixing bugs already makes your game better than Star Citizen, so you should feel really proud. You know, it takes them like 3 years to make a ship in Star Citizen that has like no interactivity within the ship itself. You should feel really proud that you already have a functional game and you're fixing bugs. I don't feel like scam is the right word, but I understand what people mean when they say it. It's just like it's the most inefficient, poorly handled, largest scale game ever. Like, they fucked up the foundation of the game's code so bad that they will never, ever, ever, in my opinion, be able to properly correct it to the point that they have a properly functional game. It's a waste of money, I guess is the right way to say it. They're not like stealing the money. They are spending it. They're just spending it on constantly trying to add new content to the worst foundation. And the only way to generate new money or to generate new funding is not to fix or deepen existing content, but to sell more ships. Like, they shot themselves in the foot the moment they... Years ago, they ruined it. And I don't feel like there's ever any way that they're going to come back from that. If you want an example of a game that did their foundation so well that they can just add new content and keep going and going and going and going, No Man's Sky. Horrible launch, buggy ass game, but they sat down, they fixed the foundation of the game's code, and now they're just like printing out new content and expansions, what, like 3 every year or something? And, you know, they're a little bit buggy at launch, right? But then they fix it, and then it's fine, and then they add another thing. And I think it's a very well-deserved comeback from their old mixed review state. Sean's been doing a good job. I mean, Sean really fucked up. Like, if anybody was there, like, raise your hands if you were there on the release of Hello Games and you watched all the pre-release hype and content surrounding that. He fucked up. He just, like, straight up lied about what the game had in it, to the point where they even had to put stickers over the physical copies of the game to show that it didn't have multiplayer because it was printed to say that it had multiplayer. Like, that is inexcusable. But he owned up to that, and they have fixed that. And I think that at this point, enough time has passed. I forgive them. I forgive them for it. I think he's learned from his mistake. They haven't done even a single thing like that since. I forgive them. Ashes of See, I don't know that one as much because I'm not really like in the MMO world too deeply. All I know is that it's even worse. I need like some, I don't know, 1 to 2 hour documentary video where we just sit down for a whole stream and we just watch that. And I slowly lose faith in the industry. That looks a little weird, but it's kind of like the lowest cost way to do this is just pop back up there and run this again. A little bit wonky, but it'll work. Biggest problem for Star Citizen, they even said when they first started in 2012 that the hardware and tech to run the game will be out around 2025. I mean, I don't remember what year I went to GDC for the first time. It was like 2014. I don't know. I might still have like emails with tickets and stuff. I don't delete emails. I swear it was 2014. $2017? That kind of sounds right. It might have been 2017. Well, either way, Amazon was there showing off their engine, Lumberyard. I was there. I saw Lumberyard in action. They pitched it to me. They were so fucking hyped about it. And it was basically like, it was just Unity or Unreal, but still not as many features. They were so proud of it and like trying to get me to switch to it. And I'm like, they're like, yeah, but you can do this thing. And I'm like, yep, I already do that thing in Unreal. Okay, but you also have this and this, and look how you can like use these. It's like, yeah, Unreal can do that. And more. They should have switched engine. I don't know why they didn't. They should have switched engine. Not only because finding finding people who know that engine well enough at this point is impossible. Teaching people how to use that bullshit engine is also just a waste of time. They should have switched engine, and now I believe that it is too late to switch engine. They should have made their own engine, and honestly. Did you check a box in Unreal for that? I didn't say it that simply, but that is basically what I said. I don't think they were happy talking to me. Well, at this point, Lumberyard is non-existent. Like they've created their own. Lumberyard was a fork of CryEngine, and Star Engine is a fork of Lumberyard. And probably at this point, sure, they've modified so much of the base that it can hardly be considered Lumberyard, but I don't know that. I don't know how much of it is still built on that technology, or if they've replaced most of it and now it's kind of their own thing. Which I would hope so, personally. I would hope so. But they've trapped themselves in this loop of it costs so much money to run that company and to keep it alive, that if they were to scale back the team and focus on the core engine, they wouldn't be able to generate money because they're not selling ships. And it would spook investors because now it's like, oh, you had to fire people or lay them off. Ship's starting to sink, let me pull my money out. Fucked. So they're kind of like, they need to raise more money in order to hire more engine programmers to fix the engine and maintain the creation of new ships. But it feels like this endless battle where that's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Because they would have to hire probably 1 to 2 dozen more engine programmers. And engine programmers are costing, and they're in the UK, so this is going to cost them what, like probably another like $300,000-400,000 a month at least. And that would be an increase of probably 20 to 30% of the revenue they're making per month. And I just don't see that happening. And I believe that there's already been info that shows that they had to dilute their shares and sell more to investors. So they pulled equity out of their own employees and managers in order to raise more money for the game. Like it's already a sinking ship. I don't think they can afford to do that again. I mean, maybe there's like somebody who would bail them out, or some like crazy investor who just has, like, some Saudi oil prince who has way too much money. Maybe. I don't know. Is that kind of like it? Because it'll complete, it'll loop through, grab the folder, update that, run through, grab the new index, set, and keep setting until it runs out of indices, and then we use the same thing. That might actually just be all it has to be. I don't know. It looks too simple, but I think that's actually it. And then we return out at something feels like it's missing, but I don't actually think that it is missing. But I will debug it. I mean, I do think No Man's Sky proves, and you know, it is very different stylization, of course, and model complexity. They're not the same games, right? But clearly, it is possible technologically to make a massive multiplayer online game in space and have this massive amount of worlds, user-created stuff, be able to play with your friends, go into the same ship together, explore around. The closest game in relation to Star Citizen, and for some reason the Star Citizen people hate when you compare it to No Man's Sky, and I think they're just coping. But it is the closest comparison. So it's not that the technology isn't there or that we don't have the server infrastructure. It is that the foundation of that Hello Games made is clearly far superior and more stable than the foundation that CIG has with Star Citizen. CIG? Wait. RSI? Wait. What one of those is the correct one? I mean, if you were just to like model swap No Man's Sky with more realistic looking stuff, yeah, you'd have the game. They have pretty much the same features. You can trade in them, you can visit cities, you can explore around, talk to NPCs, you can buy things. The same systems are there. You want people buying skins? Oh my god. Do it. Fund your game that way. Let's give this a test. We do need to build current valid drive. Hold on, I gotta do one thing. We gotta build current valid drive contents when we update our current interface. $100 bits to change the color of your dots. It works. It works. Okay, C and D drive, beautiful. Let's let me CD into the C drive here. Oops, I just typed it wrong 2 times. We need to clear it. I don't think I'm clearing that array. I am most definitely not clearing that array. I thought I was clearing that array though. Oh no, that's when we clear the interface data. And I don't run that before. Okay, fine. Just need to put that here. Or... No, that's fine. We can put it here. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the GTA 6 leaked footage. I was watching that this morning, getting ready for the morning. It's only like 2 minutes of footage though, right? And the map. I don't know if I can watch. I'm a little worried to watch it on stream because it's, you know. This is Rockstar. But it's not hard to find if you want to watch it yourself. It's not like super crazy. The first video is just of them playing basketball, which is, it looks cool. And then the second one is just like a quick drive. He crashes into a UPS truck, beats up the driver, and then drives away. And it's not really like anything crazy there. But it is apparently from like 2023. I think the footage is from. It is like at least 1 year old. Potentially 2 or 3, and yeah, I mean, it looks great. It looks great. It's exactly what I was expecting, which is GTA 5 type gameplay, but with Red Dead 2's greater attention to detail, better character controller, and just then an evolution on top of that. So it looks great. It looks really awesome, and I'm really excited to see a deeper dive into it. Okay, so we should see this change as I CD into things. Beautiful. CD folder 1. That's not correct. It should be showing folder. What should it be showing right here? Because this is folder 1, so we then dive into here. That's another folder. We should see folder 1-1. And then if we go inside there, we would have a file. So it did not. Okay, let me try doing it again. Hold on. Like this part is correct, folder 1, 2, 3. But when I went in here, zero, zero, that's correct. We are not empty. We grab our current drive. That's folder 1, 2, 3. Length is equal to 1 is false. We skip the first index. That might be the problem. Oh, I'm doing greater than 1 on the end. This should be greater than 0. That's why I'm actually skipping the first 2. Okay. That might have been the issue. It should have been like a greater than or equal to 1. Let's try it again. Okay, CD, C. Beautiful. CD folder 1. And within folder 1-1 there is a file, and we should see jimbob.txt, I think is what it's called. That's perfect. Okay. That will allow us to snap of a finger, easy print the... Beautiful. I'm just doing some more CD movement here. easy print the directory. Let's go into C, folder 1, folder 1-1. Perfect, and then I'll do a full CD back to root. Perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, this function, done. Now that wasn't necessary for the tree command, because the tree is going to have to loop through all of it, but that will let us do the directory command. Do we want to do directory first? No, I'm going to do tree. I'm going to do the hardest, weirdest one first, where we have to build this this visual aspect to it. And that should look like... Let me build how it should look using these pieces, these puzzle pieces. Like in our C drive, we have 3 folders. I already forgot how it should look. I don't know. Okay, I see. Be like... Oh. Three. In here we have folder 1-1. We don't print files, only folders. So it would be that? It's kind of boring though. I might do some more depth to it to test it out. That'll be easy to do though, because I can just add it here. Folder contents. Add another folder. I hate that it like resets that every fucking time. Really annoying. And this is folder 2-2. Maybe it'd be easier to make this in like JSON. If I export it to a JSON structure. I'm kind of curious what it looks like if I do that. I mean, kind of. Folder 2-1-1. Put another one in here. That'll at least give us a little bit more to work with. And now it'll look like this. It's easy once you get into like the mindset of how it should look. So I think it'll just be like trial and error to just make sure we're doing all the Spaces, I mean, we are using a monospace font, so this will be easy, and then I have the characters here. I think that's the right structure of it, though. 2, 2-1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's how we want it to look. So as long as our parsed input is equal to 1, we need to test if... We'll need to grab our root drive, so we'll need to know what drive we're in. That'll be easy as just grabbing the first index. As long as it's valid. As long as it's not empty. Well, no, because if it's empty, it means we're at root and we can just print the drives. So it won't error out if this is empty. It just means we can actually just use this current valid drive contents. We'll need to build a string. Console entry. We can set that equal to current interface data. Interface name. And then we'll just append root to it. That's the first line. We can check if this is not empty, because it is possible that you might open up a computer without any connected drive contents, right? And so we do need to handle, like, hey, this is just meant to, like, interact with devices or subsystems. There's no data drive connected to it. Which doesn't, of course, make much sense, but whatever. There probably wouldn't be a case like that, but I will handle a case like that. We're gonna try the 3 space method, because that's how much they put here in between is 1, 2, 3. So I'll just initialize a constant for this. Spacer string, and then no connected drives, of course. That'll eventually be a localized text. And in this particular branch, that's it. We can grab the MVVM and do a Add console entry. Now this doesn't do any spacers in between. It does like this folder path, volume, serial number, you know, that would be like flavor stuff. I might put a spacer between this line and this line though, for clarity. I'll do a spacer before. And don't include drive location. Alright, that handles no connected drives. Next up is handling a oh, if our location is root, but we do have valid drives. And in which case we can just loop through this and make a well, our specific structure would be like this. It would be test interface root C D is how it would look. So I'll initialize a couple of like puzzle pieces here because I think that the puzzle pieces we have are this. This. Is it just those two? It might be. Yeah, it's just that, and then lines when we know that we're not working with the first index of the new loop that we're looping through. However, the puzzle pieces are always 4 characters in length versus the spaces in between them, of course, being 3. What's up, Mavi? Happy Wednesday, guys. That incremental game we were looking at yesterday comes out today, I think. It might already be out. I'm really curious what the ratings on it'll be. This game. 7 hours. Might try it out later. Like at home. Because 7 hours it'll be evening for me. So in our case with this will be the easiest version of this. We're going to be using the current index a lot. Current index. And we'll do current element for the string. if we're at the first index, or maybe if the length is only 1, we need to determine the length of the array. Let's say like current element set length. After this, we will have to like loop back to here and then run through the drives individually. Actually, this is tree. This is not directory. This is tree. Why do we... We need to go as deep as possible. I shouldn't really be handling... We, of course, need to handle no connected devices. Or drives, not devices. But... we would see that if current interface data mapped drives was empty. In which case current element is not going to be a string. Hold on, this part is wrong. And this is not necessary, I think. We loop through drives. Now drives is a little bit separate because drives are just a separate structure than the actual like array of instance structures. So we'll always know that when we're looping through drives, that's the top level. But the building blocks are the same. So we will need to just nest one more loop here for the actual like looping through folders. And we don't care about files, we only care about folders. So I'll split it up here. I'll do current drive index and current folder index. We'll build it in place. We'll build it in place. I can always collapse some of this because the appending gets just kind of wild at points. Not drive config. What is the... Drive structure. So the length of this matters a lot because it determines if we are going to be using this puzzle piece or this one, right? So if the length is equal to 1, we use this one. If the length is greater than 1, we use this one. Easy test. We just need to make sure we do it correctly. Because I don't want to have to go back through lines. I want to use the information we have to draw the right elements here. Well, this one is wrong too, actually. This one is fucked up. Wait, is it? Yes, that is fucked up. There actually should be a space here. That's how it should look. Okay. Okay. What? But tree is only relevant from our current location, so we don't loop and build everything. We only build from where we currently are. I wonder if we could maybe set that up here, right? Because if we're always building the current, I wonder if we can set a variable. Of our current drive content. Like before we do this final return here. We'd have to handle it a little bit differently for when we are at the root level. Because they're not instant structures then. I feel like I could. I feel like I could make that a global variable here. But I'm gonna set that at the we'll build the local and then we'll set the global from the local, so it only updates once. And then we need to clear it. We'll have to clear it here. And also here. So we should only see that get built and populated when we're in a drive and not at root. Because we have to handle root a little bit differently. So it is empty. Let us do cd c. Now it's populated with our current drive contents. I can go to the D drive, and there's just one folder in that, and then we'll go back to root. Empty. Okay. Brief testing looks like it works. So we shouldn't have to loop through until we get to the point that we're at. Since we've already done that previously, we should just be able to take that array, make sure it's not empty. It is, we're at root. We do still need to check for this, but I also need to check if we're at root. Not empty. It's okay to test this first, but then we have to test this. If false, I might just be able to use, well, I could either use valid drive contents or top level interface drives. I think they both would have the same information at this point. It doesn't really matter. I will just verify that. Yeah, like here we have, you know, for the string key, we have C or D. But these I think look better. So yeah, if that is empty, then we'll just use the string array, the map. I don't know why we built that there. Okay, build the... That'll build that. We know now that we have drives. The length of that matters though. I'm doing the same thing again. I'm fucking up the same thing. I'm doing the exact same thing that I knew I can't do. I keep forgetting. We're not... We need this still. Every damn time. Would it technically look like that? Did I get that right? What about Linux users? What about them? The sub connection like this looks weird, but I feel like that would be accurate here. We'll have to keep like a running integer too of how nested in we are, because that'll determine how many like spacers and stuff to add. Yeah, once again, we're not looping through current valid drive contents. We have to loop through everything. Absolutely all of it. And we do need to know how many elements are in the current set. So in our case, how many drives do we have? And then we only want to print this if we are at root, and we'll know if we're at root if current drive contents is empty. We do have drives. This is our root. False. And if true, then we're printing we'll just print the current drive string. Like, which drive is this currently in? I do have like a root drive, man. Well, yeah, I think we could do it that way. Let's see here. Append. Current drive location get We really don't store like the... I guess we do current drive location string. I could just use this location string and grab the first 3 characters. Probably the lowest budget solution to this. Okay. That should build our first row. Now we need to start working on the subsequent rows. This is where we get funky. How do we want to grab these? I could make like a small little macro. We could name these, or I could do like a map. But then I'd have to get the element from the map, which kind of gets a little bit node bloat. I could just initialize these as separate strings. Maybe I'll just do it that way. It's only 3 separate elements of it anyway. Vertical line. It's actually 4 elements. Yeah, accurate. I do have the spacer string already. We have final element, which is that one, and first element which is that one. Spacer string, vertical line, final element, first element. We'll loop through. Drives we handle slightly separately just because of the nature of the structure being different than the folders. But we'll use the length to determine. Obviously we need to take our console entry as well and append in a line break for each new entry that we do here. And we'll set the current element. In the case of an invalid row, that shouldn't be the case. We're still doing this wrong, though. Wait, are we? No, wait. Yeah, I mean, if we're at root, we loop through everything, but if we're not at root, then we need to skip and only do the loop on our current drive contents. We kind of need to do the same things we did here, which is we're either at root or we're at a specific location. And if we're at a specific location, we need to find that specific location and only loop through what we need to loop through. I can reuse this. And we'll first use that to determine but I mean, no matter what, we don't need to like the structure of the tree will be the same. Just the names of things will be different, depending on where we're calling that tree from. This is just, it's complex. Here we're at root. We've already tested that we actually have drives. We have content to build. Root, we actually need to go through each of the drives. This matters here. Do care about the for each loop here. And then for each drive, we can break the drive structure, do the row handle, We do care about the length. And then that's where we set the current drive contents local, and we loop through that and build for each. Otherwise, we're already in a folder, so this is like our folder. And we loop through each folder and grab everything. And the only difference with running it from root is that we are not dealing with folders at the root, we're dealing with drives. But the building should be roughly the same. So before we loop through current drive contents local, for each of them we loop through eventually that happens, and if false, use the global to set the local. Skip this part, although we can do the length. Probably. But we don't need to start this loop, we can skip right to this loop. And here we'll determine length as well as index. If we're on the last index, we know that we always need to use the finishing one. But if it is the only index, then we also use that final element. But it's always going to be either a first or a final element for this first line. Mr. X fan, how hard is animation in games? Because I just saw that recent GTA 6 leaked gameplay. Yeah, the animation is still very similar to GTA 5. It looks goofy, especially when that dude did a flying kick to the NPC. Animation is very difficult because you have to account for sub animations, reactions, what happens if something else occurs while one thing is occurring. You have to do a lot of blending, different states. It can get extremely complex. I mean, our animations look pretty good. I didn't make these, by the way. But I mean, even they don't account for everything. You know, there's some weird canceling, or they might do, you know, it's not Rockstar level, right? You have different stuff when you're in air. And if you looked at our animation graph for this character, I can find it. You will have tons and tons of different states and IKs, updating animations every frame. doing a whole bunch of calculations, blending poses. It gets really, 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 really crazy the more complex and realistic you want it to look. And yeah, apparently that those videos are from 2023. And I think they look pretty damn good. But what they'll most likely do, like if you're making GTA 5 from GTA 6, let's say, the first thing I would do if I'm making GTA 6 is copy over everything that we had in GTA 5, including animations, and then we can improve them from there, right? Because we already have a working foundation. Let's take what worked so that we can just kind of start from a better baseline. So they most likely did, and we could see that in some of the earliest leaks. They just copied stuff over from GTA 5, which is the right thing to do. We'll see. We can only see. You know, it is old. We know that it's likely old, so we'll just wait and see. But that was a good question. Should we use length, or should we set... Should we get, like, last index instead of length? Maybe the last index would be better. It'll be more consistent that way. Do note, though, I am not an animator, so there might be a lot of complexities and things that I haven't explained or don't know. Oh, toasted for Armor Reforger. There's also, for free, there is the, oh god, what is it called? Animation, what's the epic animation blending sample called? The really good looking one. What's the really good one called? This one. With motion matching, that's what it is, motion matching. If you take a look at this one has like, I think 600 animations that they have to blend to get the right states. And of course, blending to and from Ragdoll is really, really challenging. There's a reason why when you're like, doing animations for a game, you hire a dedicated animator, because it is a full-time job. And for a game as complex as GTA 6, they likely have, just for human characters, they likely have 10 animators at least. I mean, this is Rockstar we're talking about. I mean, this is a good example here. It's like you see these characters sitting here. What happens if you shoot your gun? You know, the animation to stand up when you're afraid is slightly different than the one when you're just standing up normally. What happens if you bump into them? You know, it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of animations and blending and states. It's really crazy. Yeah, it's a high learning curve, and the tools are constantly changing. I haven't seen much of body cam. I heard body cam was a little bit disappointing though. But first person animations are always going to be different than third person. And with Rockstar, you can switch between first and third person, which is just like, it's more than doubling the amount of work, because the animations that look good in first person are not going to look good in third, and vice versa. If you ever like cheat in or hack in first person into a game that only has third person, you'll see like the weirdest like hand movements and stuff, and the camera's gonna be jerky. it's a lot of work. A lot of work. Okay, current drive index, current. I feel like we need a different one for the drive index too. Current drive set last in. Because we have 2 loops here, and I need to know the index of each that we're currently on. And of course, every time before we go into this loop, we need to reset this. Yeah, I mean, Bethesda puts in a lot of work to make really good first and third. I really love that those games have that seamless first and third person switching. They have a good engine. People like to clown on the creation engine, but it's a really good engine. And I mean, when we have so many studios, even CD Projekt Red switching away from the Red engine to Unreal, there aren't a whole lot of custom engines out there left. And the creation engine might be one of the I think it's one of the greatest engines ever made. Especially from a modability standpoint. I mean, you go on like Nexus, right? In Nexus mods, if you just look at the most popular games and the number of mods, how great an engine is from a modding standpoint is easily visible by how high it is up here. Roughly speaking, popularity is of course part of that too. 2 Red engines, creation. Sound like Trump, it'll be the greatest. Well, people, I think of all the engines you see here on this screen, the biggest one people clown on is the creation engine. I don't think it deserves all the hate that it gets. Some of it, yes. Not all of it, though. Okay, if the current drive index is our first index, I don't think it matters if it's our first index. The only thing we really care about is if it is not the last index. So if it is not equal to drive set last index. This is a buggy fit. Well, the physics from Creation Engine are, they're actually really good. I mean, they're using Havoc physics, right? So it's not the Creation Engine physics, but rather it is Havoc physics. But Havoc has gotten a lot better recently. And I would say that Havoc probably has the most stable, well-performing physics engine available. Certainly better than Unreal's with Chaos. Havoc used to be used a lot more than it is nowadays. Although I think Unity uses Havoc, right? Or maybe they removed that. Havoc didn't used to be available for Unreal, because you had PhysX in Unreal 4. Now you have paid for Havoc for Unreal, but Chaos is default. PhysX is good too. I would say, I think PhysX might be... PhysX is great. I don't know why they removed it for Unreal 5. That was one of the stupidest decisions I ever think. But whatever. And Creation Engine uses Havoc. The beauty of that is that you get some really awesome stuff with like Starfield, Milk, Physics. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this one. This is what, like, 10,000 milk cartons. Being able to run this at 60 FPS is pretty crazy. And not have, like, things clipping through each other, falling through the floor and geometry. This is good. This is good. Not perfect, but... that's damn good, especially with the, it's the small objects are probably the most difficult thing to get working well with physics. I could spill a bunch in Unreal and it would definitely lag the engine, and to have it not lag here is impressive. Physics is pretty outdated. It's in maintenance mode only. I don't know. I mean, like, okay, I can agree that maybe at some point Epic wanted to do things that PhysX couldn't do because it was unmaintained. But I think for my purely rigid body simulation, I think PhysX is better than Chaos. But they you're right. I think that they deprecated it because they needed to do more than PhysX, just basic rigid body simulation. The GPU-based physics, I can't remember what it is, but it's technically lets you spawn that much shit. Anyone could do it, but I guess Bethesda focused it on their games. Well, again, it's not Bethesda. It is Havoc Physics. They are using a separate physics engine and plugging it into the Creation Engine. Like, you can override Chaos in Unreal by buying Havoc Physics. It just costs a lot of money, so, you know, it's not really something for indie developers to do. I think it's like $10,000 minimum. And then you have Valve. What does Valve use in Source? They don't use Havoc, right? V-Physics. That's their own built-in one. Yeah, I think Havoc is great, and Havoc is actually doing some modern stuff and is staying updated. Riding Hippos was right. PhysX is kind of like deprecated, but it's still good if you're just doing basic rigid body simulation. And Chaos was horrible. It's a lot better now than it was at launch. But it was not ready. Chaos was not ready at the time that they deprecated PhysX in the engine. And so for like any game in Unreal made between 5.0 and like 5.3, you could have had horrible, horrible, horrible performance from any physics stuff. If current drive index is not equal to the last, then we know that we need to use first element. Otherwise, we use final element. And we need to append that to the console entry. So we get console entry, we're gonna append. And we can use current element here. Bonk. Bonk. With a line break. I'm jealous of you guys making small games. I'm physically like incapable. I don't get satisfaction from making small games. I think I'm broken as a game dev. I have so many friends too that are like, well, just make small games. If Golden Chronicles didn't get funding, just make smaller games. I can't understand. I can't do it. This should be good enough that I can type in tree and it should print this. Yeah, I can plug this in here. I can plug it in here and then plug it in here. Could have been the rat coin. Here's the thing though, I don't like making the most popular genre, and at the time that it's like coming out, I still feel like roguelikes are really popular to make. I don't like trend chasing. I didn't want to make a roguelike coin pusher because I don't like the way that most roguelikes do their progression loops. They're way too dependent on endless dopamine spam, and I don't like that anymore. I used to, and I'm not saying that it's a bad thing or that there isn't money to make or people don't play games like that. Just that I like to make good feeling chemicals in people's brains from the eureka moments of long-term dedication, perseverance, and problem solving. Short, simple loops don't really vibe with me as much as like sandbox stuff. I don't think I explained that well, but hopefully it made sense. Like if you look at like Golden Chronicles and Redlock, what do they have in common? These are slower paced games with no immediate significant releases of dopamine or simple generic upgrade trees, right? Like Redlock isn't gonna have perks, it's not gonna have levels or XP. Golden Chronicles didn't have that. But I do want to emphasize it's not because I don't like those things or think that they're bad. I play plenty of those types of games. It's always fun to like load up Balatro. But for me, when you make a roguelike game, it has to be... You can easily tell the roguelike games where the developer or designer understood that it's not just about putting in a bunch of flashy numbers and bullshit. Many roguelikes are far too long. I love them, but I have a huge backlog of games. Yeah. And there's a lot of roguelikes that I see nowadays which are trying to capitalize on the success of like Balatro. And what they end up being is just strategically empty games with flashy effects and some numbers. Like there's no choice there. Do I point out an example? What was that slot one? Like Clover or something? Clover Pit. Exact example, and of course this game sold well. This game made a fuck ton of money. And I feel like it is strategically void. All you're doing is pulling the thing. There are very few active choices and ways that the game will evolve without RNG being there. Yeah, Risk of Rain is a good one. I love Risk of Rain 1 and 2. But this is just a me thing, you know, I'm not trying to say that this is the right or wrong about game design, just that for me, I like roguelikes that have strategy to it and choices at every point, and you're not just beholden to the RNG nature of the genre. And I think that's what Balatro does really well, is that you are constantly being given choices of what to play, when to play it, what jokers to have, which order of your jokers do you have, which packs to take, which cards to take from those packs. Like there's a lot of RNG here, but it leads to choices, not to just another thing that you witness, but rather a choice. It always ends in a choice. Risk of Rain is good. I mean, there's a lot of people that have only played Risk of Rain. First off, for some reason, when Mega Bonk came out, people seem to treat this genre as if this is where it first, like, spawned. Great game, but man, Risk of Rain, like, they did this years and years and years ago. 2013, that's 12 years before that. I like the first Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain is... I met the composer for Risk of Rain. Cool dude. But I had to tell him what my favorite track was. Like, I know everybody says the purple song is great, but for me, Coalescence from Risk of Rain 1. That's the shit. Dead Cells is good too. Fun game. Why is that not printing? Do I not handle root? No, if current's false, should still do it. Oh, it's not in here? Where is it going? Is it... What does it not like about that command? I did, like, implement it into the data, right? Oh, no, I didn't. That's why it's not working, is I never actually implemented it as a base command. Okay. Problem solved. Let me fix that. Let me remember where I can fix that. It's not base commands. Base is here. Invocation. Tree. That should be it. Problem solved. let me go pee, Kent, and then I'll read whatever you typed. Hold on. Oh fuck! Look at that. We have lines. Give me a sec. All right, let's get into it. Let me see it. They bring this stupid topic up again, but I keep tabs on AI game dev from a distance, and now that actual devs are picking up these tools rather than their vibe bros, the prototypes they're showing are actually good. Sure. I still think it's better to do a prototype by hand though. But any tool can be used to prototype. Like, there's tons of companies that use other engines to prototype. Like, they'll prototype in Unreal, but then make the game in Unity because it's just faster sometimes to prototype in Unreal. Or they'll prototype in Roblox. Or, I mean, like Gary's mod could also be used. Like, anything can be used to make a prototype because you're just kind of proving a loop. But I think that there's also a lot of use cases for prototypes where you also need to prove, can you actually do it? And if the AI is doing it, that's not proof that you can do it. And the thing is, even the most successful prototypes still need to be a game. And probably the most successful prototype of all time was Portal. And if people don't know the history of Portal, Portal was not a game necessarily. It was bundled in the orange box on top of Half-Life 2 as a experimental title that Valve had made. And it became so popular and successful that they decided to actually make it into a sequel and brand. But even this is like way more complete as a title than some, you know, prototype like what I have. I don't know. It always comes down to value, right? That people make these things for value, but if the cost to make them and the time to make them is so minimal, then they have no value. And if your business is built on a product that has no value, then you don't have a business. Okay. It looks like it'll handle drives then. Now we need to go deeper. Now we need to loop through a potentially endless sea of instance structures for folders. And kind of do the same thing. Are these new country songs? What you mean, like, what country songs? Like country music? Like singing about your dog and your wife, your truck? Do I sound quiet? Do I sound quiet? Good old country boy. That's not the kind of music I would have pegged that you listen to. See Spawn, but maybe that's just me. I stereotyped you. I apologize. To be fair, I listen to a ton of G-Funk. So, I mean, we're both kind of breaking stereotypes here. Do I want to build like this part separately and then just append it onto the folder name? I think so. Oh, it gets played at your job. Listen to rap and R&B. Like modern stuff or some older stuff, or maybe a bit of mix. I don't really get into most modern hip-hop. Granted, you can still find modern artists making like G-Funk and old school stuff. We for sure start with just a line. Well, not necessarily, because that's if we are actually looping through drives. Well, no, that's not true either. There's no difference in the way that it's going to build. No, it does matter. It does matter if we're currently in a drive. Because then we need to nest it in one. But if we're nesting it inside of a drive, then it's always going to look like that. So we can append... As long as this is not empty, because it could be empty, right? I could just use a boolean for this, maybe. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier. All of it. Hip-hop is a very bad spot right now, unfortunately. Why is that? I think the most modern album I listened to was Snoop Dogg's... Oh god, what was the name of that? What the fuck was the name of that album? Boater from 2022. That was a pretty good album, I thought. No new stars. It's going the way Rock did. Why no new stars though? Is it just that there isn't anybody, or people are preferring older stuff? I wonder what the causes of that are. I'll try doing like a nested loop count. And then progressively doing a for loop to add in more sections as we determine what sections those need to be. And whenever we go deeper, we increment, and whenever we finish that amount, we decrement. So we kind of like, we keep going until here, then we go decrement, increment, increment, do nothing, decrement. We'll try that. I'll need to make sure that we reset that to whenever we start a new drive. People say it's because a lot of the would-be stars of today are dead. I think it's just the natural progression of things. And trends? It's more people making music, so fewer big stars and less overall quality. I mean, I think that some of like the labels probably still have a stranglehold over the creators too. So it's harder to be breakout or indie in some of those scenes. Especially because they have such such crazy control over your music and how you use it. Haven't there even been cases where like labels have sued or taken action against their own creators because they like played a song in a place that they didn't have authorization of the label to? It's a lot of those crazy ass stories. My brother used to be in the music industry, and I mean, he'd probably echo a lot of the sentiments of what you guys are saying. Because he always mentioned that it was pretty, just toxic and hard to stand out. Kind of like game dev, yeah. Well, the minimum bar keeps raising and raising and raising. The numbers are not in our favor, let's put it that way. Where's... B... Not their calendar. Where is it? Here it is. This number should scare all of us. Because the bigger this number becomes, the harsher Steam's algorithm will be. They can only put so many games on each page. Now, of course, most of this is slop, right? Like, let's be honest, most of this is slop. We can see that the releases by review count, most get under 100 reviews per year. Even Coin Pusher Reloaded has over 100 reviews. So it's mostly just a bunch of trash and slop that doesn't ever go anywhere. But that does mean that it's harder to stand out because you have to just... You have to have people there. You have to have those wish lists. You have to get reviews. And you have to do it fast because otherwise you will get buried under the algorithm. But yeah, this trend scares me, man. Kendrick is 40? He always seemed like a young guy to me. Like he was one of those ones that broke out. So we should only care if this is a folder. We can just check if it is a folder. Build the string first, and then we can set that as the contents and let it loop through. That's where we would increment. Releasing at a traditionally bad and quieter time be a good thing now for smaller dev? It's always better if it's quieter. It's always better. And Steam does make it very easy through Steamworks to know when certain sales are coming up. So you can release around them or release before them to take advantage. You know, they repeat a lot of these themed sales all the time, so what you really want to try to do is like just enter discounts. So you can say, okay, let's register for the Steam Scream, you know, and we'll set a discount for that or something. But it is always good to know when those are coming out. Got an OLED for the first time last week. I gotta say it's game changing for certain games. HDR is great. Yeah, HDR is really nice. I would love to upgrade from 1080p monitors to some HDR 2K. Okay, if we are looping from root, then our first string needs to be this one. I don't think we have that, so we'd have to just do a quick append of a spacer and a vertical line. Otherwise, we can do our check for our current index and then our total, our last index, but not from drive, of course. This would be current element set last index, and then current folder index. We do set the first element set last index, but we need to update that whenever we increment Would we not just do it here? Like for sure that, and that seems wrong. Putting this here seems wrong. Why does it seem wrong? Because we only care about updating it when we actually, when this succeeds as a folder. No, it only matters when we nest. If this is not empty. Because if it is empty, then we don't go deeper. But if we do need to go deeper, that's when we need to update the last index. Or whenever we go back up a level. When we go back up a level, how can we restore that last index? I feel like that's not going to work because it's not going to restore us to the previous loop that it was doing. It'll let us go deeper, but then we need to come back out of that. And it was fine with testing, because with testing we could just check wherever we currently were, but that's not going to work here. How do we let it go infinitely deep here and then return that? Why wouldn't this loop through everything? Well, it's because I'm resetting this. But we do need some top level array that we don't reset as our please loop through this whole drive. Because right now I'm just going to, I am going to set that first. So we're going to have folder 1, 2, 3, but then I set it as the next set. But I'm not ever going to restore it to that previous set. Unless we store previous set of drive contents and then loop through from the index that we left off on. Which I could do. That would need me to restructure some of this though. And then we would just check like when we reach the end of it. There's like an original and previous array. Or even original, previous, and like current. And the original was the first one that we had. Previous shifts along with current. That way we can return back to the previous. And keep going in and out as much as we need to, and then back. See if they're the same. And see if the index is the same as the last of the original. Or maybe the next desired index would be over, and then we know that we're end. Fuck me, that's complex. Is that really the best way to do it? Doesn't feel like the best way to do it. But it would, because then we can kind of like go infinitely deep. And then know when we've returned back to the root folder that we were making a tree of. The drive would still be separate, but then we would do original folder set, previous and current. It sounds right when I say it like that, but okay. Accomplishing it is a different thing. Let's do this. Original tested contents. This will forcefully loop through each drive. We only want to come out of that and go to the next drive when we're done. So the original contents would be the first, would be the contents of that, which we have here. And then we loop through the original contents. We never break that. When we find a valid folder, well, we should be able to just set original as current at the start before we even jump into it. This still feels wrong. I don't know. I'm just gonna, I'll ride with it. We'll see what happens. Something feels wrong. We'll want to test if, on this being completed, if the current drive contents is equal. I can't really do... I can do identical. Okay, that'll work. That seems like an expensive little node to run. But whatever. Oh, why does this feel wrong? Why does it feel wrong? This should be taking the folder 123. That's our original array of instance structures. We're going to loop through that. We're going to break. Or test it, right? Because that's going to be testing it to see if... what folders we have. We're going to get instance struct value. As a folder. We realize that it has contents. We don't know whether or not we want to, of course, print any of those contents yet, because we don't know if they're folders, and we only print folders for tree, not files. So we need to loop through each of those. But we're not looping through our current, we're looping through original content. Guaranteed. We get original and set that as previous tested, and then we get this and set this as current tested. As long as it's not empty. But we want to build the string before that because we are on a folder. So we need to make sure that we print that folder. I'll sort out the spaghetti once I kind of have everything in the right place. We know this folder is legit, and we know that this is on the root array. For sure. So the root folder array, we should be able to pull this in and append this to our console entry. I think we need a line break too. So no matter what, we want to do this. And this will build either this or this. Because we know that that's the first depth, and we don't need to loop anything to add the first depth here. This is crazy, dude. This is so crazy. Directory is going to be so simple compared to this. I kind of want to put this as a local variable, but it's already starting to get a little bit messy. I need like that intermediate holder so I can more safely use the local variable. Okay, is this enough written that we could probably just test to see if this adds anything? Okay, it'll complete. It should print something. Whether or not that thing is of any value, it should print something. Or crash. Or do nothing. That is something. What did we put in the D drive? Oh, it is folder 2, but there's also a folder inside there. We didn't loop through that, of course. Okay. Yeah, we didn't nest. We haven't done the nesting yet. Where it's just the top level folders of those drives. I feel like it missed the right symbol on the D drive. Oh, it did. It didn't put. What the fuck? Wait. Oh, now it included it. Oh. That was weird, dude. That line was not there. Am I hallucinating? Okay, whatever. I could have sworn this line wasn't here. I don't know. Okay, that is good though. That means that it's building the drive lines correctly. The folders are getting they're not getting nested enough. We should be appending that though. We're appending the vertical line and spacer. If we're looping through root is true. We are looping through root. Console entry. Add a line break. Looping through root is true. Oh, because we need to append... We need to do that. We need to append that onto it too. I feel like that can be made cleaner. But let me see if that kind of fixes one of our problems. We'll worry about like this first. Okay, that is better. In fact, that is very much accurate except for I don't think this line should be here. Although I'm not sure. No, I don't think that should be there. So we need to test if we're looping through root, but our drive index is... We need to do a select here for the vertical line. And determine if... current drive index is not equal. If true, put the vertical line, otherwise don't put the vertical line. But we do need a space, because we need to fill that character. This definitely could be looking a million times better. I love select nodes, but my god, are they just messy. We'll have to do some like intermediary spacer creation once we get deeper into this. This should handle the top level, but the deeper nesting, we have to programmatically make those spaces. That looks right. I don't see a bug there. Now, if I CD into the C drive, I don't think we're gonna get this to be correct. Yeah, because we're not looping from root, so we need to test. It's almost right. It is almost right. From a top level standpoint. It's just this last one because we're not testing the indices. And so it's just like we're hitting false, so we're just building it here. Oh, because we didn't even set the folder index or the element set yet. That should go here, and we need to test. Shove that here. I hope that won't break anything though relating to the drives. This might be one of the most complex systems I've ever made. This whole gameplay CLI. The only one that might come close to it is the... Not from like an amount of time it takes for me to make it, but the complexity standpoint would be the potion brewing from Golden Chronicles. Specifically after we added in knowledge. I had to like refactor that thing like 5 times. That was horrible. Alright, what did I break? Nothing there. Oh, I need to add a spacer at the end of that too, actually. That'll help us see that last character a little bit better. Which, of course, it is still wrong. Why? I do update the index. Looping from root, false. Current folder index is should be equal to set last in. You know, let's just do it. Let's just type in the fucking tree. Play. Wait. Why didn't it loop through that 3 times? Why didn't it hit this 3 times? That was weird. It's this last one we care about. Current tested folder index is 2. Okay, well that should be false. We're not looping from root. So what the fuck? Oh, because I made a different integer for current tested folder index. Okay, we just delete that then for now. I don't want to confuse those. Okay, so this should be fine. This should work now. Should print the right thing. I'll go 1 folder deeper too, and it should work. It's just we don't have anything beyond that first level folder in wherever we tree. It's getting there. That looks good. Let's CD into folder 1. Yeah, it looks good. And didn't I put like a bunch of folders in like 2 as well? Oh, just 2, 1. Okay, well, I'll CD into that then. Yeah, okay. We have like the first layer. And drives. Drives in first layer or first layer if we're already in a drive. Now we need that potentially infinite number of folders that is within that part of it. It's the real complexity. We have like 4 hours to do it though. And directory will be a cinch after this. My god, okay. Somebody please distract me. Please don't distract me, but please distract me. The angel on my shoulder is telling me not. The devil... It's a female devil. It's like a succubus. Like I have like Jesus on one shoulder, succubus on the other. Thanks, Goku. You fat ass. It's a nice. She's got thighs too. Like she's got watermelon squeezing thighs. What am I saying? Okay, we need to test current tested contents. We need to set previous as well. So if we successfully find a folder, well, no, we don't care as long as current drive contents. This is like the root level up to here. Salami devil lady? Yeah. Should we just define the sexy devils on our shoulder? I feel like it's better to have a sexy devil on your shoulder, right? Because like that's even more of a temptation. Like you wouldn't want the devil on your shoulder to be somebody that you're not tempted by. I'm getting distracted. I can't. I gotta just do it. Just fucking do it. Nike. Yeah, we always loop through the original. This is where we start to split. And we need to, for each loop through the current tested contents. I guess don't set the current as, we set the original as previous. Here. Original becomes previous. Found contents become current. But original stays the same. It's not original becomes previous. Previous becomes original. Original the same. Now we're setting up our infinite theoretical, right? And practically it won't be, but theoretically infinite loops that we need to do. So we've set up our current, we have our previous to test. So that's our way of coming back to the previous loop. And we're going to test the current. Yeah, do you think the devil, the sexy devil on your shoulder, like, it's got to take the shape of your kinks? It absolutely has to. Like, if you're into armpits, I feel like you have to have a sexy devil on your shoulder, like, showing their armpits, and they, like, smell sweaty and stuff. So now we need to test if this is a folder. If it is a folder, we have to go deeper, but we're going to just loop through current tested contents. Whenever we run out of that, and we don't find any more folders in that current array, we need to get the previous tested contents that's where we'll have to like play through the indices a bit and see where we are, because we need to say, okay, we just finished going one deep into folder 1. Do we have anything else there? No. What was our previous array? And that'll be the folder 1, 2, 3. And where was the last index we left off on? So set the previous array as our current array. We know we're not on the last index. So loop through that from that position and let it run through. Go back. This previous array, we have nothing more left. So go back to the previous. Yeah, but that won't work either, because this works with 3. But how do we get that endless? Fuck. Fuck. The integer depth testing, I think, is what I was thinking of here, where we don't care what the previous one was. We care about the depth that we start at and the depth we're currently at. That's why we are 0 depth, 1 depth, 2 depth, 3 depth. So once we're done with the 3s and there's no more in this, we need to find we need to go back up to the previous depth. I feel like there's like a certain point where it would be maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Not that it's not working so far, but I feel like I've just hit a brick wall. And the answer that I should be using has been in front of me the whole time. What do we know about the tree? The tree command is always printing all the contents at and below your current drive location. If you're at root, it will print everything from root. If you're at C folder 1, it's going to print everything from C folder 1. And we have that information already. We know exactly where the player is within the system with this. And as we loop deeper, we can just keep track of that. And then endlessly loop through the arrays of instance structures, keeping track of the original location and the current location as we test until they're equal again. Or technically until everything within that first loop is finished. So we should only need to do 2 loops. Everything at our current location, that's one array, we loop through that. And then we just constantly update the new one, and when it completes, we go back and we grab the next thing there. Maybe 3. I think a for loop is safer than the for each loop. Technically we have today and tomorrow we can resolve it, and then Friday we're doing Stalker, and I want to finish this before we jump into the game. I think we can do it. Just that infinite depth bugs me. It's like it's an unknowable amount of data, and so I have to make something that is so generic and movable to handle the unknowable. Yeah, I don't, yeah, the ever-shifting amount of 2 folders, even if we have the original, it's still going to get to a point where we don't remember the points in which we were here. So I think that's why using the drive locations and shifting through that would make this easier. Because that literally is keeping a track of all the indices and where we currently are. Okay, so what do I have to delete to make that work? How much do I have to delete? What can we save? What can we salvage? We do know that the drives have to be treated a little bit differently. think we want a local array of integers for the cached. Well, let's say current drive location. Local. Because our cache one is our global one, right? And we'll set this up a little bit differently. We'll use that as a start. I think that'll still be fine. This part up for drive should still be fine. We're still going to want to know if we're looping from root for building the string. I'll keep that plugged in. I don't know if we're going to need that nested loop count later. I think we will. This for building that first depth probably is okay. So we'll use that.
Wrong.
Shut up. Delete this though. We build current drive contents. Already, so we shouldn't need that right now. And the plan is to start there, and we know the location. And we can start looping through that and appending it to the current drive location local. And you kind of just march through that. Up here, of course, that'll be starting with... We'll try to force everything. Like this is just a different flavor of the same shit I was doing before. Watch me go home and just keep working on it until I crash. I guess from Microsoft to create MS-DOS were much more competent than the current developers. I've heard that Microsoft is starting to rectify Windows 11 problems by recreating like a lot of the core foundational architecture in their new like Windows UI or something. Like they're replacing all those slow ass React built bullshit from I think Windows 7 or 8 era, whenever. WinUI. Microsoft is moving parts of the Windows 11 shell, such as sections of the Start menu interface that relied on web-based and React-associated frameworks. And this was the problem, that these were slow as shit, were wasting your RAM, wasting your CPU ass. And they're moving them back to native WinUI components. Oops. Windows 8 was actually good. From a design standpoint, people preferred Windows 7, but from a memory usage and speed standpoint, Windows 8 was better than Windows 7. I was there day one, comparing the performance. Windows 8 was faster, especially for like searching, because it had better caching.
Wrong.
This is true. This is true, actually. What are we wanting to grab? We have to loop through everything. I mean, so why not just do it up here and just determine if we're in the right place? I don't know. I'm This shit is stumping me. I'm starting to wonder if we just loop through everything, we only match when we're actually at our current location. We let it loop through all of it. Then again, that sounds dumb, and I can just loop through only the things where we're at. Which is what I should have been doing here, but we have the cached current drive contents. We do know this. Well, it's a good thing then. That should be the information we need. I don't know why I'm thinking that it's not, but that should be the information we need. We don't want to go through the local, we want to go through our actual current drive contents. We're going to want to know the index that we're currently at. So maybe instead of going through that, we want to go through... That's where we're starting. And it only matters when we finish that second array. So then we need to repopulate the current drive contents and start at the index that we left off at on the previous. So we need to constantly be testing if the next index at the depth we're at is valid. Loop through it until it is invalid. Or just grab the contents at that index. Let it finish. Come back out, test the next one. That's not valid. Go up a level. And check the next index until current drive location local is finalized from and starting at the location of current drive location. Now, how do we accomplish that? Starting point. We loop here, we find a folder, we go deeper. I'm not going to focus on printing any of the strings either. It is really nice to see, but I can always just check the data. If I start worrying about the strings right now, it's just gonna get complicated. As long as I know that I'm moving through the stuff fine, I can build the strings. We'll solve the harder part of it first, because the folder string building will just be some additional math on top. We find a folder. It's not empty. Of course, we would build a string here either way, right? Because we did find a folder. Ignore that. Found a folder. It's not empty. We are going to... We know that we need to go deeper then. Inception. We know that within the contents, it has an array. Or an index, sorry. Within the array, it has an index. We'll set that. I don't think it's visual programming that's making this hard, Frozen. I think it's the fact that we are doing an infinite number of nested loops and want to do that in only 2 to 3 loops total. And so we need to constantly be modifying the data and returning to a nested loop, and then returning to a previous one once that loop is finished, but without actually changing location in the code. That's the tough part. Well, I'm building a recursive function. That's what I'm building. Just without the dangers. I don't want to talk about it though. We do need to put 2, don't we? We need that original. I don't know. I feel like I'm just staring at letters now. I feel like I'm already melted today. I kind of just want to start over on this function. Kind of need to stop looking at it like with the lines and just think about it in terms of integers. That's really all that we're caring about. All these are just like sets of indices that we can determine and add to an array, and then just modify that for the current element that we're in. We definitely need a way to set the current drive contents when we well, either we find a new folder or we finish that folder. So it's either on completion we move back up, or we find we move down. Those are the 2 cases in which we are going to be setting this data. And every time we set I almost feel like we do need a break on this. Because eventually it will end. I don't want to trap it. Every time we update that data, we need to test. If we're now at the end point. That's the danger, is that we don't break that, we don't end it, and now we have a infinite loop. And from everything I know, it's not a good thing. Well, then why am I looping through the already cached version of that? Because we wanted to loop through everything that we have to loop through first, and then dynamically determine, like, current drive contents will for sure loop through whatever we need to loop through until it's done. But only on the high level. It's going to loop through our top level. So we know that there's only going to be three indices here. Then we find a folder, we set current tested contents equal to that folder content. And this is the main meat and potatoes of it. If we're going down, we keep going and going and going and going. If we go up, we either set a new one and then loop again, or we determine that the new depth would be the same as the previous, in which case we exit out of that and let it return to the next folder. This is going to be far fewer nodes, I think, than I imagine it would be. It's gonna be a lot easier. But I've already resigned myself to thinking that it is complex, and now I'm tricking myself. Really don't think it's as complex as I'm thinking. We either go deeper In which case we do want to snuff it out. And then loop through it again. Or we want to go higher. In which case we need to know how high. This is our rope. This integer array. That's how we know how deep we are. We need to cache the depth initially too. Up here it's 0. Down here it is whatever our length is. You just delete the fluff. Now if we let this complete, although when we break it, it's gonna run completed, isn't it? Am I right about that? I don't even know what to say to that, Amakira. If we break a loop, does it play complete? It should play completed if we break it. We don't always want to do the same thing when it breaks. We do want to... I would need to like reset the... like a boolean or something. I mean, I could break it and then run every check in here first. Instead of doing the sequence. We'll set move down to true. We've updated the data. So if move down is true, reset move down. Let it run deeper. Of course here we're going to be, you know, setting the string right. There'll probably have to be another like for loop here based on the number of times we nest. Which reminded me that we need to increment that. Otherwise, we're moving up. We could handle the addition too. We can use the nested loop count, although I think that's at length, to set the array element. I'm gonna be off by one. I think I have to -1 because it's length. To update the index. I think something is set up wrong here. We do always want to update that before we actually test, because that's just for depth tracking. And so we have just a running array of how deep we are and what index within that folder. And then when we run out, we determine we're moving down, we can just add another index to that. Versus then, if we're moving up, we can remove and we'll know the last one that we were on, because it'll have remained the same. And then we can say, okay, is that one the last one? If so, move back up. I kind of worry about that last index, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We decrement the nest. We remove the last index. I think then we should compare. If I still have the current drive set last index set up, then I do have it for current element sets, so we'll know if they are of equal length. And we need to test their last indices too. They're the same length. And the last indices are the same value. And we know that we've finished. It's going to break either way, but in this case, then we go back. Something about that feels wrong. Fuck me. Why the last index? Well, it's not if the last index is equal to the other array last index, but rather is it equal to the drive locations or the set, the current element set last index. This just checks if we're on the same depth. We do need that, but then we want to get our current location, as we might have started at 000, but the last index for our deepest folder was, well, our current location folder, I should say, was 003. this just checks, are we at the same depth? Now, did we reach the last index within that depth? That only matters if we're moving up. So if we were at 0031 and there were only 2 folders, we know that we need to move up, so we're going to remove that index. There was no more to it. So now we're at 003, and if they're false, I think we need to keep removing it and checking until that's why I just really feel like we need a for loop up here. Then grab the tested index from that, because then I can return back to an index that we stopped off on. The more that I think about it, the more that we should just do a for loop. Based on the drive location. I don't know if this is working. Why didn't this matter with CD? It was because it was only about going deeper. We only cared about the contents. And we looped through each token that you were providing. We kind of knew exactly at what depth you were looking to go, or trying to go. You couldn't reach higher because with going higher we had to do we only either went up 1. Okay, but why can't we just go up 1 here then? Yeah, like we just remove a drive location index. but then we built from scratch. And we were only ever concerned about with what depth and then what was on that depth and not what is going on deeper. I mean, I could do it that way. Where we just check from scratch again. But that's like doing way more loops than we ever need to. But it would do it. It's almost less headache doing it that way. Where we just grab the shit at the current depth. Remove an index, loop back down. Why would that not be simpler though? Wait, why is that not the way to do it? We know the top level depth, our current drive location. We know the last index within that location because of course we can grab that location. Our last index is 2. So we just do a for loop from 0 to 2. Because the depth, we grab depth 1. And then we do our endless loop until deeper depth. Like that is. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to do right now. And then we move up until we hit the same depth, and then once we're at the same depth, we let the for loop run out, and that's our tree. Well, that doesn't really help me because now I've just arrived at the same conclusion that I was going to do anyway. Although it felt like I wasn't doing it right. Maybe I should just delete and rewrite. Now I just get confused by my own local variables, you know? Nobody wants that. Let me keep this one here. I'm just gonna make a new one for print tree. I'll just start over. I will just start over. With new local variables that are better and cooler. How's it going, Chemo? Oh, I fucking hate this. I don't. I love it. I don't love it, but I love it. Let's do this. Length. Original depth. Although I guess I can just compare that to the length at any time I want. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I'll cache it. Whatever. It's an integer. Oh my god. What, can people not afford RAM these days? Of course you can just download her, right? The second try, there's I want to do it efficiently, but I'm not able to do it efficiently. But the inefficient method doesn't feel inefficient. I just kind of like think that it is. But I mean, also, who cares? Because it's not like this is so complex or doing, I don't know. It's not running every tick, right? It's just running once. I always get too caught up in making something perfect that I forget that I just need to make it work. If we know the current drive contents, then we should also know the last index of that. So that'll be the final index at original depth. So we should be able to take that and loop through do a for loop with our current drive contents. And loop through it. Might be one of those things that I just work on off stream. So I can focus better. We know we can grab the drive, top, like, highest level drive when you're at root easily. So I'm not gonna worry about that. We'll get it at that index and we'll just test if it is a folder. We'll also cache the location. And we'll cache the depth. Now we're back to thinking about this part. We find a folder, we know we need to go deeper. At the very least, to just write its string, even if we come back up because there's nothing else in it. If we know that this is a folder, we write the string. We need to check if this is not empty. And if true, we go deeper. If not, we can just let it run. And of course, if it's not a folder, then it'll fail. That's fine. Well, it'll, continue on. We move deeper. We take a local depth. We increment. We can also run our for loop with break here. Because I think what we were doing before was fine, where we were just keep going deeper, 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 till we can't go deeper, then come back up. Go deeper again, come back up. Maybe let's just do B, move down. So we know we need to move. If we stay at the depth, we just write strings. Because maybe they're, empty folders, right? We don't need to go deeper there. And if we run out of stuff, or we just have files, we don't write anything, and we know that we're going to move up, not down, because we didn't find a folder to move down to. So we set this to move down. We come back and break. I almost think, like, part of the reason it's becoming complex is because I'm wanting to move down immediately and I'm not like caching. I'm not just like writing, I don't know, maybe that would be more difficult. Fucking no. I'm not gonna complicate it right now. If we're not moving down and this completes, we know that we're moving up. Well, let's start with moving down. Moving down, that means we go deeper. We also need to make sure that we are keeping track of that location. So we want to make sure that we set array element at index of current loop index. No, at current depth. -1. With item current loop index. Every time we want to do that. That is our location. That's how we get back up. That's our safety net. That's our lifeline, our rope. But this is where I think we need the two loops. We need the ever-present top level one and then the constantly moving bottom one. Well, that's why I'm thinking this, if it's not empty, this is where we put the proper second loop with break. That's where we do the actual nesting. It feels like we should be able to fit it into one. That just uses the local drive location as a way to know when to move and where to move. Hey Frozen, you can send me your completed version of this, okay? And then I'll clap you on the back, give you some cookies, and shove a giant dildo up your ass, okay? Deal? Yeah, this should be cached. Yes, this is how I talk to my viewers, yes. Especially when they start pissing me off. You would have completed in 1 hour? Congratulations, but you must work at some like big company, right? Doing this professionally? Can you show me your games that you've released? See, that was funny, Paxi, and I like that one. Oh, Frozen, what games have you released? Can you show me? Can you show me your Steam pages? I can show you 4. Technically 5, but I won't include that one. Here, I'll help you, Frozen. I'm gonna give you a 1-hour timeout. There you go, buddy, and you can come back when you've written the script. That'll give you some motivation, okay? Best of luck. Okay, we'll want to grab the new drive content. Well, no, we can set that here. We know we're moving down. We should just be able to set it from here. We're moving up, that means we need to grab it. We'll need to grab the right one. How you doing, Zahib? This is... I won't say it. What are we making? I am doing my best to make a recursive loop that will hopefully not break, so that I can make a functional tree command within my game like you would see here. And it is a head scratcher. That's good. If we move down, all we need to do is, if we know we're moving down, and that's the first time that we're moving down. We're never going to move down again. So we can just set the start index to 0 and the end index to whatever the length is. Move down true, go down 1, drive location. We just need to add in a 0. Nice and easy. Set the start index to 0, the end index to last index. And then we'll want to start the loop again. Which looks really funky and really illegal. If I don't code this properly, it will be, because it'll crash because of an infinite loop. We don't want that. Don't jinx it. It's not gonna happen. God, that looks ugly as fuck, though. Such is the nature. Could probably functionify that aspect and then just handle the... We'll see. We'll see. Let's not worry about that right now. I'll make it look pretty later. Right now, I just need it moving up and down indices until it's done. And we know that it's using this, so we know that from like complete root, I'll try to like output everything just directly in a row and then just see if it matches what it should be. Technically from the C drive, it would be 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2. That's what it should be. Hopefully when we're done with this, I can print the array. And that's what it'll say. Didn't I add some more stuff to that though? Let me double check. I think I did add more folders. Oh no, that's right. Okay, if we're not moving down, we're moving up. Which means we need to decrement the integer. We'll have to test too, because we need to test if we're back at start. We'll need to test if... Well, we can decrement first, and we just need to grab the drive location from the previous index. So what I need to do is remove the last index. And we can check the length of this as well as, what did we cache? We can check local depth and original depth and if they're equal. If they're equal, then we also want to check if the final value in our local drive location is equal to final index at original depth. If true, we can just let it finish. Or do a return. We can always put a sequence up here too so that we can kind of do some like ending nonsense. Okay, I just totally forgot everything I said I was gonna do. Let me try to remember that. If original depth and local depth are the same, then we need to do our test. Because we're back up at that highest level. We just need to make sure what's going on. I could probably combine some of these checks, but I'll separate it for the sake of making sure that the logic is a little bit smoother to follow. It's cheap math anyway. And checks. If they're the same, is the last value equal to the final index at original depth? Because that would mean that we've tested the last thing that we need to test. And so we should end our loop. Otherwise, if it is not, we want to set our current high-level loop start index equal to that value. And then we can set end index. Oops. Yeah, end index at our final index. How you doing, Chisla? And if our local, oops, so there's two things, original depth. If our local depth is not equal to our original depth, I think this is where I need to grab. I need to grab the drive contents at that depth. Because unfortunately, we don't know how deep we can't know how deep we've gone, and I'm not gonna cache the contents at the depth. We need to loop through the local drive location until we find the contents. I think this is what I was missing before, is I need to split this for each through the map drives. Probably do a break actually. I feel like that was what I was missing. It wasn't hard to go down a level, but it was hard to get back up to a level if we had gone down to n number of levels. And I was trying to find a way to avoid doing this, but I think that we just have to do it this way. Hold on. What did we do here for going up? In build valid files folders. Did we loop through the depth, or did we just loop through all the contents until we reached the depth that we were at? Current tested folder index. Oh yeah, that was because we had already cached the current drive contents. No, we have to go deeper and deeper. And here we just do a 4 each loop because we'll just go as deep as we need to. Oh, I can make it a little bit easier on myself and just grab the current drive that we're in. You should know that. Yeah, I can use this. I just did this. Where did I do this at? I used the... Oh fuck, where did I do this at? Data to handles. Current interface data map drives. I just need to grab the drive data that we're in. Because then it's just an array of instant structures from there and I can just go through it. Couldn't we use the current drive contents though as our highest possible level, and then we can search down from there? Rather than loop through everything, I can start from where I know we are at least located. That should be a little bit smoother. Local drive location. We'll start from here, which is knowable. We're looping through from the beginning anyway. And we just want to get the location that we had left off in, which is always going to be the last index. So we'll cache through this because we're going to update this. This is going to be a bit of a sub. Loop for checking. We don't care about the index of this. We do care about the element because the element is already it's an array of indices. We shouldn't have to loop through drive contents though, because we already know the index. We can just grab it. Right? We just get a copy at that index, and then we know it's a folder, because otherwise this wouldn't be a valid index for looping through. I think. I hope. I guess we'll see if it breaks. I'm gonna assume that it is a folder. That should be it. That should just go deeper, 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 deeper. Why is that bitching at me? I don't know. Okay, it's fine. I don't know what I was doing. And by the time it is completed, this should be our previous location. And so we want to run... What do we need? We need the index that we had left off on. Well, so we wouldn't want to grab... We delete this index, so like let's say we go through folder 2, 1, and then we do these two. It should want to go up to here. Let me go to the bathroom again. Woman bladder size. Here. Okay. What was I doing? Let's double check that this is the right location that is being gotten. That's like our last known location, right? Because we then add another depth layer to that, and after we remove the index, we need to go back to where we were, obviously. Update, update, update. Deeper, deeper, deeper. You return to the index. So I think we need to ignore the very last index. Because that's not the folder we're in, but rather the folder we left off at, right? The one that we entered. And then I think we need to check. Well, I mean, as we're going deeper, we could always check too if the folder index we've left off at is the length of that array. Because if it is, then we know we're done with that one. And we don't want to set the return location contents to that. I mean, what happens if there are multiple of those? It's almost like we don't know that until we go down. I think we would have to do... We would have to keep checking deeper. But cache the most viable return point. Because in a case like this, where if we have just finished printing this, and we try to go up, there's no folder deeper than that. But why couldn't we tell that here? We should just be able to test if we can go deeper. Because if we can, then we know that's the last viable. If we can't, then we know that we theoretically should have exhausted everything there already. Because that was the last valid item. So we should be testing the current element against the last index of the folder contents. That seems right. Or I can actually just do a valid. But it would be that the index we left off at compared to the +1 compared to the is it a valid index? I would do this +1 because that means that we can go deeper. I think that's testing the right array, but I'm not 100%. So true, we go deeper. False, we cannot. And theoretically, we should be able to stop it there and then return to that location cached in time. So we cache it, we'll break this, set the indices, and continue from somewhere. Let's just make this look pretty. Oh my god. Just look normal, please. Ugh. Hold on. Hold on. One thing at a time. And we'll switch this to a for each loop with break. So if false, first thing we need to do that caching. Second thing, break. Again, this is just going to look really ugly with all the execution nodes, but this is the penalty for doing it this way. And even worse, we actually have to do it again up here. Isn't that crazy? So ugly. There's 0% chance this succeeds without causing an infinite loop. Why? What is this doing up? What are you? Does not like this array, does it? It's like a Mexican plate from a good Mexican restaurant. Doesn't matter if it looks like crap, so long as it works, tastes. That's true. The proper Mexican food doesn't look fancy. What it looks like is some unknown shit wrapped in a tortilla, covered in so much sauce and melted cheese, refried beans, and rice that you have no idea if this is actually what you ordered. And there's no way that you can check. But you eat the whole fucking thing and have no complaints. Then you get a little bit sick to your stomach because you realize you just had like 5,000 calories and a whole year's worth of fat. I am hungry too. I'm really hungry too. Animal style? What is animal style salsa? Is it right to assume that if we can't go deeper, that we don't need to check deeper? Because that would have been the last index anyway. Like, we've hit the last item. I feel like that's true. I don't know. I'm operating under the assumption I think that is true. Oh no, what? Oh my god! What? You're just dipping your hands into the salsa? I don't think I've ever done that. It's okay. I mean, if I can't get very far, I'll just have Frozen give me his paste bin once he's untimed out. It wasn't even a full hour. It was 5,100 seconds. I'm rushing him. Okay, actually, I did forget what I need to grab here in terms of the right information. A local drive location at that point, the array element, and I'm gonna just promote this to a variable. I have to move it, use it down later. The return location index. You think the vibe coders could have had this already? Probably, right? This definitely feels right because I really did when I was thinking of how we structure this. I felt like it's all just integer math. This feels more correct. Of course, does not mean that it is correct. It's something that almost did what you want to do, but they won't be able to figure out how to get it to do that last thing. Yeah, I mean, this will cause bugs, and then... But I at least know exactly where each thing is being handled. I know what to look for if a certain bug occurs. Probably. Hopefully. My only fear is that this leads to an infinite loop, which will make it kind of hard to test. It won't be too bad though, because I can just loop through until it starts creating the infinite loop. Return location index should be our new start index. And we definitely need the last index. But it should be of the return location contents. This is where we were. And yeah, that's why I had that down there. And the last index is the end index. My only thought is that if our current tested location index, no, that's fine. +1 is correct because if we had left off on the last index, we're going to use the previous return location contents, which have been cached just in case this ends up being a nothing burger. So we're searching down to go up, rather than searching up. Which I think was like the thing was, I don't know how far to turn up, to look up. And also it's kind of awkward because of, you know, I can't. unloop from deeper, so I'm gonna just loop down until I should stop. And then that's where we return to. That was kind of like the mental block that I was in. So that'll set, return. We've only removed the latest depth though, so I think that we can set the newest depth. I believe that this is going to be messed up because we're only removing that one, but if we... And that's because we know that we don't need to test further in that folder, but also this one, we need to actually remove depth and drive location indices for every point up the chain that we have moved. So we just need to determine... I might be able to... We're going to use original depth, oops, to set a return depth. That's our starting potential return depth, because then we're looking deeper. And as we loop through this and go deeper, we will increment the return depth. And then we're going to take return depth, which is always going to be lesser in this case than the local depth. So I'm going to do a subtraction to determine the difference in depth that we have moved. So let's say we were at 5. Our return depth is 3. We've gone up 2. And this would be post decrement. We can do a for loop between 0 and the result of this -1 take local drive location, do a reverse loop. Or no, I can just destroy the last index. For however many times we need to move, we've moved up. And then we can set local depth to return depth. And so that should fix our two parts here. Okay, 0% chance that this is actually correct. Um, there's just no fucking way that this somehow functions. Now I want to just want to print this, because if we have if it equals this once we're in C drive, then it actually is doing it correctly. So like lottery numbers, you're never gonna hit. I'm not gonna hit these numbers, but I hope one of them is correct. So then I get $2. What is that actually printing though? It's not just the current loop index, right? Zero, zero, wait, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, it would just be the current loop index. I'll try splicing it in here. And for the sake of it, I'm just gonna append a comma every time, so there will be a comma at the end, I think. Oh no, there'll be an extra comma at the beginning, but the end should be okay. But it's fine. And that'll only be for folders. We do have a file in there though. I do have a file, but I think it's in folder 1.1 is the Jim Bob text. So it should skip that. All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth after I hook up the new test function and not use the old one. Infinite loop to dude, I called it. I fucking called that shit. I knew it. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. I mean, it does have end conditions. They are a bit nested. Can we at least get it to play? So I can like see... I see it do something first. Or I'll just start unplugging things until I figure out where it's happening. Look, it's a 0. That's correct. That one is right. And it does have shit in it, so we do want to move down. We're going to set that to the new folder. In which case we break. Move down is true. Our local depth. No, that's right. Local drive location is another 0. So we start at 0. And now we have the folder 1-1, which is index 0. So it's just one loop. Zero, 0. Look, it's right so far. I mean, I would be happy if I just like forgot to stop it eventually for some reason. If it goes 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, and then I get the infinite loop, I'm happy. Because at least I know that I am building the right numbers, just I didn't stop it. Wait, we can't go any deeper than this. Right? That shouldn't have been true. Because wouldn't it have been looking inside? Well, no, we were here, then we look for these folders. We found one. So 0. Let me keep going. Let me not question it. Something is off though. That should have gone up. It's only gonna find a file here. It's not gonna find a folder. So it's gonna end the loop, but move down. This is where the infinite loop occurs. That's where it occurs. Okay. Well, at least I know exactly where that is occurring then. I think I do need to reset that boolean between each run of that. Obviously, I just forgot to do so. Probably not here, but rather... Well, technically, I think I could put it here safely. Because we always break out if true. And if false, we want to move up anyway. So I should be able to do that. That might fix the infinite loop. Or one of them. Let's hope the. That's a good sign. It got to the end. I do think there is a number that's wrong though. 0, 0. Yes, it's not going back up. Not going back up. And I think it's because of the way that I'm testing the drive content. If I move into folder 1, I'm really curious what happens. Let me CD into folder 1. 0. That is correct. Okay. Move down. It is resetting now. Let me see if it ever hits this. Because maybe we're just not moving up and it's exiting out somewhere. Thinks we're at depth 3, but theoretically we should be at depth 0. Wait. Did I do 1, 2, 3 or 0, 1? I think I did 1, 2, 3. But I think that this shouldn't be here. This should be depth 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. Oh, 3, 3, 1. So I was like, wait. Math isn't mathin'. I mean, what is our original depth? Actually, I can check the what we cached. Original depth of 1. So yeah, I am doing 1. It should go 1, 2, 3, and our current depth is 3, but it should be 2. We're like going 1 deeper when we shouldn't be going deeper. Why is that? What's the first folder we're actually testing? Maybe I'm using the wrong thing. This is our C drive. We have folder 1, folder 2, folder 3. Our depth is 1. Local depth 1. Drive location 0. That's correct. Final index at original depth is 2, because we have 3 folders. Yeah, see you, Chemo. See you tomorrow. Have a nice Wednesday. Why am I using, oops, why am I using, is that correct? If our local depth is 0, yeah. Current loop index, 0. So it'll first be checking for folder 1. It's going to get folder 1, and it is a folder. We know that that's correct. And now our current drive content is the contents of folder 1.1. So we need to increment the depth, because now our depth is 2. And add an index to the drive location, because we have gone 1 deeper. Move down true, local depth is 2. We always start with the first index. Our new current drive content local is a single folder. You know what it is? I think I know exactly what it is. It's true that the folder contents aren't empty, But what we actually need to check is it's here. Karma's here. Well, not really, because it is printing 0, 0. It's just, it's... Let me see. Let me see why it's doing. Hold on. Let me add the Jim Bob text here, because it is technically here. It's going to want to look through folder 1.1 because it is a folder. But it should just not find any other folder to go deeper, so we should then move up. It should loop through this single index at that point. Move down false. We update our location. This would be invalid, so it would just plop back to here, move down false. So then we attempt to move back up. But I don't know why it's failing. 0, 0, so it's going in the folder. It's gone in here and then here. We're now in folder 1-1. Well, we will be in a second. So I think it's fine up until this point. How you doing, Pumpkinhead Play? It has been a while. How you doing? Now, we don't care if this is a file or folder here. We just know that there are contents that we need to loop through to determine if they're a file or a folder. So move down should get set to false, obviously. Our current drive location is 0, 0, 0, yes. That might be the problem, is the location. Because technically that's supposed to represent the folder we're in. I could move this. I theoretically could move this because I don't need this until we've actually hit a folder and are going deeper. But I think this array is the source of our problem here. It has been a long time. Maybe because you've shown up, I can finally get this popcorn kernel out of my mouth. No. It's still stuck back there. Well, it was worth a try. I need to chew gum. You know what? I have gum. That's the solution. I'm gonna finish my water and have some gum. I can do the really loud reverse, like suck-in popping of your gum. You know, the one that sounds like a gunshot, it's so loud. I love that. That freaks people out in public. It's really funny. I'm not gonna do that for you guys though, because that would be mean. It'd be very mean. I'm nearly 100% sure that it is trying to go back up, and it's failing because of that third element in the array. So this is false, so we know that we're trying to move up 2. It does recognize the depth. The depth is correct. It's like, we gotta move up. We gotta move up more. We're not at the high level yet. We gotta go up. But now we search down. We search down. To 0, 0. But 0, 0 is going to be literally just putting us back at folder 1, 1. Though it should know that there's nothing more there. Let's see what happens. It's gonna attempt to put us back in folder 1 and then loop again. Now we're on the second one, but we're inside folder 1. Folder 1 only has I can already start to see the problem. I think. I think it's because of that extra index. What happens if I remove it? Let me remove an extra index here. That doesn't seem like a permanent solution to the problem. I'm gonna be real. But at least then I can like account for the problem. And maybe then we end up with our better list. Or this just breaks it further, I don't really know. It's still just 0, 0. I mean, that's what the subtract down here was supposed to accommodate. Is that the depth we were at before is so different than the desired return depth. Fuck, man, I feel like I had it too. Maybe I still do. There's something is wonky. You know what it might... Could it possibly be because I'm using the current drive contents to loop from where we know we are versus just looping from the actual full drive? I'm testing it. I'm actually testing it. It's not that I type something in necessarily. It's that I'm looping already from one depth lower than I should be here. Because I went one deeper. If I was high level, that would be fine, but I need to... Like, I'm at depth 1, but I'm checking from local drive location, which is including the drive letter as 0. So, I don't need to remove the last index. I would remove the first one. If this fixes it, that confirms the problem. But what I need to do is loop from root. Or from our top level drive. And not from inside the drive. I don't even know if that is right. That doesn't sound right. It's still 0, 0. It's not moving. It's not moving up. Where's this cache? Where do I cache this shit? I may be barking up the wrong tree. Not changing anything even. I need to... I feel very strongly about needing to remove that first index. I really, really feel strongly about that. Or at least the index of... Yes. Of course we want to loop through from where we start. But when I search to where we need to be, this is determined by where we are currently on the drive. This is our location array, a step through. So this doesn't work here. Unless I find our starting index on that array. That's the important part. Or we loop through everything on the drive until we get to where we need to be. But let me try this. It's still 0-0. God, my wound is itching. But it just looks like I'm gonna pick my nose. Don't touch it. Don't touch the wound. My surgery wound. Mining for gold. In this case, it's mining for rubies. It's a scab there. I think I already fucked with it too much because it's not healing as fast as the other side. But I don't want to fuck with it, you know? Yeah, I had a nose job. I just septoplasty, it's called. You need that too? I absolutely do not regret getting it, but for like the first week after the surgery, you will absolutely regret getting it. It's not fun. The first 24 hours are horrible. Horrible. Fucking horrendous. You can't breathe. They purposefully make it so you can't breathe through your nose. So you're spending the whole night in the hospital breathing through your mouth, which of course is just now you wake up with a painful nose and a sore throat. And then you still have the stents in your nose for like another week. And you can't really breathe with those in either. And you can't pick at it. You can't remove them. So it's like you have a week-long sinus infection that you absolutely can do nothing about. You can't blow your nose. You can't pick at your nose. You can't put any like stuff up there to make it better. You're just like stuck like a week. Then they take the stents out and it's way better. It's like immediate relief. Then you'll just have like a few days of dealing with scabs and bloody boogers. And it's you're not going to be able to breathe as well yet, but it will start to get better. Yeah, the first week sucks. Second week, it's mostly just like scabs. And you might get a little bit of like, you know, you go up there to pick at something or because it hurts and there's just like a little bit of little dot of blood or something. Then it's okay. It's also very painful to touch for like It's been 2 weeks. It's still a little bit tender. It's definitely still, especially if I like poke it. Touch the sides is not too bad, but touching the actual septum is still tender. It was for sleep. I also just couldn't breathe very well. They give you pain meds for the hospital, and then they just kind of tell you to deal with, just use ibuprofen at home. Not perfect. At least it doesn't like fuck you up mentally, right? First week worse, second week not great, but better. Now I'm on like the third week, and it's just still tender, and there's still a scab here. I think I picked at it too much, right? Like I was thinking that I was picking at a bloody booger that was stuck on, but actually I was picking at the sutures. I shouldn't do that. I knew better, and I still did it anyway. And so I have this kind of like divot in that part that I'm just kind of letting heal, and I'm not touching it. Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to look like clavicular, that's right. It's non-cosmetic, the surgery. Your nose is gonna look the same afterwards. It's just fixing the internal. Okay, it's not infinite looping, which I guess, okay, that, hooray. But it's also not getting me the right info. We can go into folder 1, folder 1-1, and then nothing. And what it should be doing is taking our original start point and looping through it until the last point that was valid, which I guess would be 1-1. So now I don't know what I was thinking would happen. That's our start. That is at depth. That would contain our 3 folders. We should be looking at folder 1-1. Okay, but I think it's because we're just checking if it has like 0. Yeah, but it would be 0 plus 1 is not a valid index, so it should be erroring out immediately. Like it should never get here. From one, if this is correct, it should never get here. It got there. Well, no, okay, no, it should get there once. It should not get there again. Yeah, it doesn't get there again. Like here it's valid. Like here we say, okay, we started at folder 1. We know that there are more folders, so we verified that we've gone through folder 1. That's great. Beautiful. I think I shouldn't be grabbing this, but instead I should be setting... Yeah, what was I trying to do here? This verification is good because it's saying our return location. We started at index 0. We went through that. So is the next location valid? Yes, it is. Yeah, index 1 is valid here. So shouldn't we be setting that as our... as our next location? Like keep those contents, but then set return location index to that +1 and possible I just did a, set the true and false and I fucked up the order. Do. Infinite loop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, number go up. Uh-oh. I think it's fine. I don't know why I did. It's not like this function runs at the start of the game. I don't know why it's... Okay, yeah, I did. Okay. That is problematic. Oopsie daisy. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a RAM reset. We'll just open that back up. Thank God I have 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. That I am actually tempted to take out one of the sticks and sell. I can't do that. None of that development PC. But man, the temptation is there. Okay, clearly, don't do the thing that I did. But I do think the answer lies here. I really, really do. I'm getting close. I'm inching closer to it, and I think I just need to set a couple of variables differently. Okay, it's not infinite looping anymore. It's already an improvement. Kind of wonder if I need to take that return location index and get my current... Because I'm supposed to be updating the data that we're supposed to be looping to. We're supposed to say, okay, let's go to the next thing, and it's not going to the next thing. Like, isn't that correct? Folder 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Shouldn't that be going back up then? Or... well, it'll finish complete, and then it should rerun from 1 to 2. But it's not setting current drive content local. It's setting return location contents, and we're never updating current drive contents based on return location contents. Hold the fucking phone. Wait, what the fuck? Why did that work? Why am I now in C drive colon question mark backslash greater than sign? Uh-oh. I spot a bug. Now it's gone. Oh. There's more numbers. They're not the right numbers, but there are more numbers. I can confirm. It does say 00001. And it should be 0010012. We've created more numbers, and they are not, in fact, the right numbers. So, it's a start? Kind of? Except I have absolutely no fucking clue if this is correct. I got it to move on, but I don't think that it is. It's clearly not moving on correctly. What does it need to say? Return location contents is going to be the next viable folder, but I didn't intend that. What I intended was to return it to the previous folder, which is not +1, but rather the return location index, which is what was there originally. Because the return location index should be the root in this case, because we have to go back to the root to grab folder 2. We just need to start at index 1 because we've already done index 0. So the start index should be 1, end index should be 2. Contents that we're actually checking is C drive. But I feel like we don't actually build the start and end index. Well, they would be. But it might be the wrong one. I feel like I need to come down here and set these. Is this correct at least? No. Hold on. This might have been what I had thought originally, which was that we need to set the current drive from I'll just hard code it to see. After it detects the infinite loop, it takes a long time to start the game. Okay, see, now this is our high level. Folder 1, 2, 3. That's correct. We want to grab index 0, which is just our folder 1. This is where it should be the +1, because we want to start at the next one. We don't want to grab the folder contents of this. But am I just trying to hack in the solution that I want, or am I actually making a solution that works under all conditions? That's the real question. We should be setting this as the last viable location. That's what this should be, is the last viable location. So it should search one deeper. Like, we do want this to loop again. And it does. This one won't be valid. Might be the issue. But we do need to test deeper. We need to see if it's valid. Return location viable. Like we get that. Whatever was currently set. Because it is a viable place to return. I do then like need to grab the contents of that. But that's only because we need to we do need to test one more. But what I need to do is grab the previous index for the location if this turns out to not be viable. And we've already incremented the return depth, so we actually want to do the return depth -1. And that'll get the difference. That might be redundant, because I already do a -1. I think that's redundant. I know it looks it looks really messy right now. Don't worry about that. We need to know if it works. I think I need to restart again because my RAM usage is skyrocketing. Something isn't right. Okay, this is correct. Beautiful. We update our drive location because we know that we'll need to start at 1, although that's probably, oh, we'll see. I'm double setting the return viable location. That's not the one we want to set. We want to set current drive. Oh no, that's right, because those are separate. But we want to use return viable location as our current drive local content. That was why I was doing the old thing. God, my brain is just nuked. Okay. There's our top 3 folders again. Start index 1, end index. Not right. Try again. Okay, top folder, start of 1, end of 2. We didn't have to delete anything. Except that doesn't look right. Somehow. I think it'll still find it though. Because local depth is 2 minus 1, so index 1. That might be okay. I don't think that's what it's supposed to be, but it might be okay. Should still say 1 0. 1 1. Is that because we never... Oh no, because it's... Yeah, that's not right. That is not right. We do have more numbers now, and there are some correct things in there. We have zeros, ones, and A2, and they're technically speaking, what it should be are some zeros, some ones, and A2. There's just too many zeros and too many ones, but a correct number of 2s. But I think I know exactly why. I think we need to be removing the... We need to remove an index. Let me try just plugging that in. It's almost there. I feel it. On the tip of my wee-wee. It's there. No, it's not. I just caused an infinite loop. Okay, clearly this -1 is crucial. Very, very important math, can confirm. Do I need to increment the return depth here? It should be deleting. It actually should go down here. It should delete 1. Because it's going to be returning to 2. It should notice that there's a difference of 1 between the test depth and the return depth. And that it might not be. Local depth 2, return depth 2. Original depth 1. We haven't gone deeper though. We should always subtract 1. I was right. We do need to minus 1 here. But I want to make sure that they're yeah. I thought it was redundant. I was wrong. Doesn't happen often, I know. Oh my god. 0010012. Those are our lottery numbers. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, bitches. We got the lost numbers. Well, okay, it's not exactly the lost numbers. But this should indicate that I am treeing. I have successfully treed. I have treed all over your faces. We are tree. Potential, at least I'm getting the right numbers. I need to build the strings. That's the easiest part. If we build the strings, they will come much like your dad did last night. And we need to handle what happens if you tree from root. I have not handled my root yet. Only my branches. And he get for his shut the let me have my lottery. Don't question it. Did you see Processor Chaos that the GTA 6 leaks? You're wondering what the newest outrage is? Well, I guess it's not outrage. Maybe some people aren't happy. Looked great to me though. Servers defend physical media. No, there's new gameplay. Like last night, so there were 2 clips, 2 like 1 minute long clips that were released. You gotta look it up. It should still be on Reddit. Okay, I clearly need to clean things up. Do we want to try and make the strings first? That might be a little bit annoying to try and do. I do need to fix this. We know that we need to plug in the original drive contents. But I need to actually get the current drive that we're on. Which I can kind of cheat. Yeah, I haven't touched my PS5 much either. I think, what have I played on my PS5? Ghost of Yotei. I did Death Stranding 2. I can only remember those. Wait. PS5 exclusive games. I did want to play Astrobot. I did not actually play Astrobot yet. I didn't have enough money when it came out. We'll play the new God of War when it comes out. That's about it. I haven't played anything else. This Until Dawn 2 is only going to be PS5. I guess we'll play that. Maybe. I'm a pussy though when it comes to horror games. But I mean, Death Stranding 2 is now out on PC as well. Yeah, Kingdom Come 2 is so good. The story is just exceptional, and some of those quests... Some of the quest design is so smart and interesting and bold. I hope that they never change whoever is writing their quests. It's really good. I don't know how far you are, so I don't want to, spoil anything, of course, right? Never get thirsty, but you get hungry. I think that the principle behind it, if I had to guess, is that it's already annoying enough to have to worry about one timer ticking down. And who the fuck wants to worry about two? But yeah, I won't spoil anything for you. Once you finish it, we can talk about it. Talk about KCD2. We'll be playing a game soon. Actually, this Friday I'll be doing the Stalker 2 DLC. And on a couple days over the weekend as well. And then I want to play Zero Company, so it looks really good. September... I really want to play Blood of Dawnwalker, but at the same time I know that I will be playing that for like at least 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't know if I want to get to that point yet. Yeah, Death Stranding 2 is good. That's a good game. First one's great as well. But it's such an interesting world that I think he was still working hard to define that world with the first game. And it wasn't until the second game that he was able to fully utilize it. I think Metal Gear Solid was kind of in a similar bubble where, he had to build up some characters and some lore. The players got to do things. Yeah, Death Stranding's music. I kind of hope that people don't play that game or try to play that game while muting the music, because that's part of the level, you know? It's starting to... starting to look alrightish, despite my need to do a lot of loop callbacks. It's not infinitely looping. I'm gonna put this below. This feels so scuffed. But I think it's only feels scuffed because of the recursion that I'm creating. Not because I actually feel like there was some better way to move up and down an array on a whim. In fact, I think that it's relatively compact, and as much of it is built off of integers as I can to keep it fast. I think they will look better stylization than just what I have now. I mean, they absolutely will look better. But they will... You actually have to type in the commands. So it's not just you clicking on things, but you actually manually moving through or calling functions or invoking like connected objects to turn things on or off, or power things like light 03 power off. Okay, we're still getting the result. 001, 0012. Did I put anything in the D drive? Because I can test the D drive. I filled it with 2. It should just do 00. Yes. I mean, I am getting the results that I currently want. That does not mean that in the future we will always obtain the results that we want. But right now, the results are obtained. But I do need to accommodate calling tree from root. Yeah, there will be feedback. Right now there's like no feedback if you successfully type something or not. But I am implementing the functions and commands first, then the helper command, and then feedback. And then we can actually touch the visual side of things and make it better. I also need to implement a virtual keyboard for gamepad, because I want the game fully playable on gamepad. There'll be lots of quality of life room for improvement, but we're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. We can communicate with objects. We can run commands through them. We almost have tree finished. Wonder if I can accommodate running it from route just up here. Let me see. Yeah, our current drive contents is empty because we don't plug in our drives. So we just need to accommodate looping through the drives to build everything, and not just through the specific drive we're at the moment. That mostly would just be this set of functionality here. Current drive contents. We should be able to use current drive content local, right? Because that's what we're checking anyway. Yeah. But instead of initializing it based on where we are, we need to initialize it from root. We don't care about this. We might still need this. Definitely need that. It is going to print something right now, but it's not going to be accurate. We don't care. I don't think we need this. We're doing it in a different way now. If current drive contents is empty, we will need to build our final index at original depth and current high level loop index for our current drive local content. Well, I should just be able to pop down there again, right? Or just build these again. And if this works, we should get this with 2 extra zeros at the end. Let's see. Actually, I shouldn't have gone into C, but that should have still worked. Oh, well, it won't print anything. Because I got rid of the, yeah. Let's just double check that that's still okay for C drive because we're already here. Yes. Why? It's empty. It is empty because it doesn't go anywhere. Because I didn't hook it up. Oops, hold on. That explains a whole fucking lot. Can you tell my brain is cooked? It's just the 00. Why? Why did it go through the C drive? What happened? Oh, failed to resolve table input. Oh, did I, yeah. 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 Okay. It's all making sense. Hold on. Let me make sure that it was actually that. Second one that was causing the problem. Zero. What? Oh. Well, I was really borked. Yeah, we actually need to. Am I using the Boolean for if we're checking from root? I am, right? Okay, looping from root. Git select. Yeah, that'll do it. Unless something is initializing wrong, I should do it. There's 2 extra zeros at the start, but then it does the right pattern. Why, huh? Wait. 001 wait. There's multiple sets of extra zeros. The fuck are those coming from? Huh? Oh, we did move it. Actually, it might be a little bit different because we are doing the drives. It should be 0 0 0 1 0 0 1 2 1. In which case, if that is what it should be, it is what might be the cause is that if we're doing it from drive to drive, I need to reset the drive location with each drive. And I don't think I have set the drive. I've set the current drive location, but local drive location would be separate. Because we need to handle it per drive and not just be assuming that the player is on the C drive. This is if we're for sure on A drive. All of this is. But this is 100% not correct if we're doing it drive to drive. Because then we want to print everything. And so local drive location would be empty. Original and local depth would be 0. That might just be it. Is just don't initialize them at all if we're doing it bit to bit. I don't know if this is supposed to be right. I mean, it would be better if we had like something printing, right? Because then we could just see what it's doing. I could get the folder name and just append the folder name instead of the index if we really want. That might be a little bit easier. Then I can just check the order. It's not going to include file names though. Oh, there are a ton of attempted to access index -1. Okay, that is... And attempting to set invalid indices on an array. Okay, that is 100% an issue. Something is definitely not getting initialized right with that then. Let me see what it is printing. Folder 1, 1-1, 1, 1-1, 2, 2-1, 2-1, too long. Okay, it's repeating the first two and the 2-1s. Then we have folder 3 and then 2 and 2-2. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that it's setting this part correctly. Zero and 2. We have no drive location. That could be part of the problem. Because our depth is 0 minus 1, so we're trying to set... Yeah, that's definitely a problem. Do we need to set a dummy location? What if I just do a max? I don't think it's going to create it if it doesn't exist. Which we can just make it, right? Yeah, it's because it's not going to make it. It's an invalid index. I mean, that is for sure one problem, is that we have no local drive location. We could set a dummy when we're setting this. I think it's okay if it's 0. We just need to add something. And we also probably need to clear it in between runs, which is probably part of our problem with most of these other things. Is I'm not clearing it. Oh, hold on. Folder 1, 1-1, 2, 2-1, 2-11, 2-12, 3, 2. Okay, hold on. We're looking good. We're still accessing some bad indices, so it signals there might still be some problems. But let me check the indices here. Yes, and the reason why that's correct, even though it's different, is because we're handling printing the drive lines differently. So we have to build this in a way that ignores the drive lines, in which case it is 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, oops, 2, and then we have in D drive a folder within a folder. 0, 0. Zero zero one 001 200. That's it. That's the right thing. Now I need to know why I am grabbing bad indices and where. And then we can worry about the visuals of tree tomorrow, I think. I'm not going to do that today. It's easy, but it's the good news is if we have the right numbers, I can get the right data printed out. Just got to add in a few more loops and a bunch of string appending. Okay, these are all of our problems. Good news is it tells us some of them. This is the hit break point. Get rid of that. Okay, local drive location has a problem. Attempted to set an invalid index on array local drive location. Now it specifically says attempted to set an invalid index. 0, 0. We should have initialized. So is that happening here, or is it maybe happening here? There's also an attempt to remove from the same array at -1. Okay. I mean, let's start here. We'll see if it poopy prints. It is there. That shouldn't fail. It might be when like moving back up. Watch me fix the bugs, but now I get the wrong data. I'm not leaving bad index shit in the debug log though. I wonder where it's hitting it. 'Cause it all looks fine so far. Maybe it's just with the D drive. I'm forgetting to reset a couple variables as well, which I did think of, but I saw the right data and I was like, well, maybe it's okay. It's probably what it is. I just need to reset a couple more variables, but they're not carrying data from the C drive. Okay. All right. This is our set. What drive are we currently on? We're still in the C drive. But we're at 2. I wonder if that is because we just got done with folder 3. 001, 001. Why did local drive location... I think it's because it hit the end. I swallowed wrong. Oh, fuck me. That's what I... Oh. Oh. Reset. Okay, I'm okay. Ooh. I'm okay. Oh, fuck me. I can't speak anymore. Fucking gum. I shouldn't have spit that out there. Oh my god. I should have gotten more water. Okay, so I think that it's because we hit the end of the array. And this is false. But we need to know that we're at the end of the drive. So it's still printing the string, right? Because we're here. We're still printing this. Because it is still a folder. I don't know why I cleared local drive location though. I'm better now. Fuck me. Ooh. Oh, well, you know, it's because it pooped us back out to the root, and I had the same problem up here, but I fixed it by adding in a dummy 0. Fuck. Yeah, it's because, like, we're not in a folder. We're at the high level. I feel like we need to solve that down here, though. Yeah, like we just kept going up. I mean, maybe I can just check too if... Let me see if this fixes it. I don't think this is the right move to put it here. I don't think I should be doing this. I think it will resolve the problem, but it's like, I'm not going to be doing it with the right data. I'm going to be hacking in. You know, if AI could do all of what you've spent however long working on blueprints, would you be missed or grateful? I would not like that. No. Because now I understand how this works, and I've made something that I haven't ever really made before. Which is the recursive looping. And I need to get better at doing that, so I need to do it more. If that makes sense. I mean, I do have fewer. I only have 2 issues now. And even if I knew how to do it, I would not want it to be done. Like, even if it was something that I've made a million times, I wouldn't do it. Oh, you're thinking less learning gains? Am I upset that tree has taken me all day when I wanted to accomplish both tree and directory today? Sure. Sure. But I can only predict so far how long something will take me. And at least when I'm... At least part of my knowledge is knowable, whereas I have no fucking clue if and how I would prompt AI to accomplish the same thing that I want. Especially because it needs to know my architecture. And at the end of that, I still won't understand how it accomplished what it was accomplishing. And if I was asked to make it again, I would then say, okay, let me go ask AI to do it. Let me go ask my dad to file my taxes for me again because I refuse to learn how to do it myself. And now when my dad is gone, I will not know how to do my taxes. 001, 001, 200. Okay, so the data is still good. I just have... That was exactly the problem that I thought. I don't really like putting this here. But it does fix the problem. The problem is gone. Does that mean that it should be here? No. But it does mean I will keep it here. And I'm not going to put a comment on it to the point where even tomorrow I will forget why it's here, as I am putting comments on it. And then I'll delete it, and the bugs will return. And then it will take me another 2 hours to remember that I shouldn't have deleted that thing. That's how it goes, right? Okay, I have 2 more warnings. I have 2 more warnings. They're not giving me the wrong data, but I want to get rid of them. Attempted to set an invalid index and attempted to remove an item from an invalid index. These are once again local drive location problems. That just makes you want to fix this in the proper way more. Where the fuck did it go? Where's my output log? Where's it hiding on my screen? It's broken. Unreal? Oh. 33, 34,000, 35,000. You know, I'm gonna click on this and press delete because, yeah, that's not good. Memory leaks. Not as fun as GTA 6 leaks. Now what I wanted to test is where that removal is happening. I think some things are more difficult to read in visual scripting, yes. 100%, there are some things. I also think there are some things that are way easier to read in blueprints. The recursive nature of this is not making the execution super easy to read. But I think it would look a lot better once I comment it out and break it up. And also straighten out my testing things. This is the worst that it will look. Put it that way. Because I have to do things like this just to see where my problems are occurring. I could step through it one by one, but I don't really want to do that. I think that it's D drive though. I'm pretty sure I'm not resetting a couple variables, and it's happening on the, yeah, see, it's happening here. What's our drive letter? It actually is on the C. Okay, where are we at? We are at the end of the C drive. Why are we not in the D drive right now then? Probably because we have just completed the C drive. And we're not moving somewhere. Wasn't that where it was occurring before though? Let me stop this. I know it's problematic. I know why it's problematic. I know where it's problematic. I need to prevent it from being problematic in the first place. And my thinking is that it was also occurring here at the exact same time. Just getting used to remembering what sections of the nodes. I guess you can throw in a text to describe sections of code. Yeah, I mean, I can add comments, I can break it apart. There are probably some things too that would be better as, you know, collapsing the nodes if I don't need to have them there. It will get messier tomorrow because I have to do the appending of the strings. It will get worse tomorrow. You know, stuff like this, I can collapse that, right? I don't need this section to be here, especially if I know that it'll build okay. It depends. I don't know. It depends. Like, there's some stuff too that is just so small that I don't care. Like, do I need comments on this? Probably not. I don't like hiding shit either. I don't like collapse. I rarely collapse for the same reason. I feel like I'm hiding potential bugs. Not that there is a bug there, but I tend to just glance over the node. I don't know how to put it. Okay, it is. Yeah, it's happening at the end. It's all I think all of these bugs are happening because we've reached the end of the drive. And rather than trying to do some bullshit to fuck around with that, I'd rather just handle the end of the drive. Shouldn't we know that we've reached the end of the drive? I swear I put a check here. How can we know we're at the end? Well, we shouldn't find a viable... What would it look like? Well, this would be empty, so it would just be completed. And so return viable location would be broken. We can just check here, can't we? We can just check if local drive location... Because we kind of go into it and then back out of it, and we need to know that we've backed out of it, and that would be if it's empty. So if we put that here, it should prevent any further loops by just this exits out here. That's already running uncompleted, so it should back up to here, and we shouldn't get bugs, theoretically. Asterisk. Still have bugs. We do have to put it at the start. Unless I can figure out if we're at the end here. What does it look like when we get here? Let me put a breakpoint. Do we know how many times we should hit this? I think it's like 3. We'll go one by one. It's whenever we have to go back. So it would be 1, 2, maybe 3. Oh. Or just once. The fuck? It should be once. 0, 0, because then we need to go back up. Wait, what the hell? It's giving me the right information. So why? Why would it not hit? Should I hit this twice? It only hits it once. Wait. Okay, it hit it again. But it should complete this, and then it should end the... It should break the loop, because it's part of the sequence. It should break the loop. Why is it not breaking the loop? Oh, it does. Am I tripping? Am I tripping, or when I tried to let it play, it didn't hit that breakpoint twice, but when I step through it, it hits the breakpoint twice. I feel like I'm hallucinating. I don't know, dude. Wait, let me try it again. I have to be hallucinating, right? We hit it once. We hit it. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we need to let it hit here, and it should hit here. Okay, it didn't hit here. Ooh, did it not hit here because... Okay, this should be the last loop that we have to do of it. 2-2. This is the last folder. This folder 3. We already have the problem here because the local drive location is empty. It's not incorrect. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Why did it remove the index? We're in the drive. We are at that location. Why is it removing the index? Nani the fuck? Zero, zero. Okay, that's fine. Good. Where we're at. 1, 0. 1. That's not our current location, though. Somehow it's getting us back to where we need to be. Unless it's because it finished and that was the last one, so it put us back up here for 1, 0 because it wanted to check if there was another folder deeper. It did not find that. I don't even think that's right what I'm saying. But now it's checking 2, it's checking folder 3. Although there shouldn't really be a 0 there. Yeah, see, now it's checking 2, 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 2. But there's no folder. There's no folder 2-2. That's what it's checking. So the previous viable location. I actually don't know. I know it is putting us in the right place. And yeah, we need to start from 2. Because we haven't built that one yet. This local drive location is... We don't test for original depth here at all. Do we have access to that? What's our current depth? It'd be 1. But our original depth would have been 0, wouldn't it? We ever set our original depth? Oh, it does say 0. But our return depth is 1 because we're not returning to C, we're returning to folder 3. But after folder 3, don't we decrement the depth? We decrement local depth, but local depth is 2, but we're setting local depth equal to return depth. So we should be testing it here. I think this is catching it. But that will still print an error. We shouldn't have any bug prints yet. Yeah, we're just hitting breakpoints. That's fine. Ignore everything above that from previous run. That will bug. But there were 2 indices here. When did it remove the previous one? I'm nearly 100% sure we had 2 indices. It was 2 and 0. And then the second bug will be here. This should catch it because local depth is the same as original depth. And we're not moving down. These should... This is empty. This should be 2. And this should return true, which is where we exit out of the loop there. So that if local drive location was not removing that 2, we actually wouldn't have the problem at all. Yes. I believe everything would be perfectly functional because this would be printing in 2 into index 0, which is the only thing that should be there. It'll successfully remove the last index, although we might not need that or we could move that and we could do the test first. But either way, It's saying 2, 0 when it should have a 2 in it. And I need to know why it's removing that extra index. It could be running this one more time than it should. A 1 and a 0. This is not the right runtime though. The next one. 2, 0. Okay. Two minus 1 is 1. We're looping twice. It's because our current location should actually be 2, 0, 2. And of course, if that second 2 was there, then we wouldn't have this problem. Slowly tracing it back. So where is that other 2? We're like always one index short. Oh. I mean, I am nearly 100% sure that we do need this, just not here. I mean, is it possible that the dummy... No, but the dummy is just there to make sure that the first set per drive does work. Because of course, when we enter the drive, we're setting. We're not adding an array element, we're setting the array element. When we reach... That should be 0. We're at 0. current loop index 0 to 2. This is, we're checking folder 1. We're at 0. Folder 1 will go deeper, so the next one should be 0, 1. We are at 1. Why are we at 1? 0, 0. Why? We're on folder 2 already? It does break it, but then it should start it again. And now we're 0. And that's where the failures begin. The data's still correct with what we have. That's the semi-good part, I guess you could say. I mean, we know that every time it is... What if I just move something? What if I move something? Because we know that every time we're looping through this, we're looping through another folder. No. Nothing appeared in the debug log, but now it's infinite looping. That's a little bit worse. That's a little bit worse. Just a tad. I guess that answers my question of what if I move this. I mean, we definitely do need to specify when we enter a new drive that that's where we are. That 100% does need to happen. No bout to doubt it. We need to clear it, that'll reset it. Removing the extra index. But I'm not even sure that the... I'm not even sure that the array is correct each time we run through that, though. I could turn on the size to fit, but that worries me. I don't know why I didn't test that before. It doesn't really resolve the fact that I am probably not building that data array correctly. I did it again. Is it possible that I'm ever touching the wrong array? I mean, it is possible. This should run just as our errors. But I know exactly where and why they're, well, I know why the bug is, I know why it's failing. I don't know why it's happening. I really need to print what if I do this instead? I'll just build a really rough test string. If I did that correctly, I should just print the folder name and then the what that array looks like at the time of calling it. Zero 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 1 1 0 1 0 0 1 0 1. Like, that's good. That's good. I think it's because it has to go up 2 folders here instead of 1 that we're starting to get that break. Like here, we're just going up 1 folder, but here, we're going up 2. And for some reason, it's deleting all 3 indices. And now it's thinking that and the D drive is okay. The D drive is okay. But it's once we hit that 3rd folder That's where it looks like it's between. Okay. That helps a little bit. I'm gonna make the debug a little bit better. Hopefully. That's a little bit nice. Probably remove that space between them if I really want. Okay, okay. It's good. I know exactly, and I have a faint idea of why that might be. I thought I was handling the moving up multiple drives in an okay way. Clearly, that is not the case. Why do I have the... What number time will it reach here? Because I just want to see the math. Actually, I want to see the math for each time. But I don't want to break it for the previous times, right? Cause some infinite loop again. This is the first time it goes up. And it's just doing 0 to 0, so it's only removing that 1, right? 1, 0, and so it'll still be at 1. We know that that's working. That's our 2, 0. Two minus 1. That's where it's occurring. Because the return depth is wrong? Because the return depth is 1, but technically the return depth would be 0. Is it possible that the return depth that's got to be the source of it? We're just doing one extra loop. It's not that the data is wrong, it's that we're doing an extra loop when we shouldn't be. And the return depth is incorrect. Are we not sure that we would want to... I'm trying to think here. I'm trying to think why... Two is viable, so we're returning. We need to not increment. Return depth is equal to 0. But then that way would never increment. Why does it work the first time? Moving up, we realize that the 0 is no bueno. Oh. I know where to fix it. I just don't. I don't want to break it. For this case, where it is working correctly. That is the one where it's working correctly, right? Unknown. Is it like, do we never reset return depth? No, we do always reset return depth. So it's hitting this twice. We're resetting return location contents and return depth. These are just being set. They're not being called yet. Setting it to 2 and 0. It is running that twice. What is it? What does it look like before it hits that then? It's the first time, right? That's the time that works. Now we're at 1 and 0. And we're at 1 and 0 because of... Oh, I can't see it. Should have screenshotted it. We haven't like decremented that yet. Like, local depth is still 2. Almost like it's the wrong index before we even get there. 2 minus 1. Shit. I mean, it would have removed an index. Would have been 201, so it removed the 1 as we reached the end. So then it would want to check, or should check, 2 1. Check if there's another folder deeper. And it's not. But that's not how I set it up. I set it up to check in order to see if there was. So it is going to do a check or a 2-1 by first looping through 2 and... I'm sorry, not 2-1. It should be 1-0-1 is what it would have been. And we know that that is correct. And it removed the 1, so it's now 1-0. It will check 2-0 to see if it's valid. Or no, it should first check 2-1 if it's valid, right? Well, no, because we reached the end of the array. It would have completed but not broke the array. It's supposed to check. I think the issue is actually deeper. I think it's not showing its head because we don't have very complex folder setups yet. But I believe the way that I wanted this to work was to just march through from the beginning to our current location. And then work backwards from that. Or it was supposed to set the viable location, but keep going through. Until we reach the last index. Yeah, if it feels like that isn't how it's working. Because if our last location was 1-0, that would be here. folder 2.1. We were in folder 2.1. And we need to check for 1.1. So rather than doing... This is messed up. This is the right data right now. Is there any possibility I could, like, just plug something in? I mean, we should have the current drive local contents, which is the last contents that we would have checked that were valid. I feel like I should just rewrite that. What did I say should have been done? We should have gone in by in until the last known index plus 1 would have been false. I don't know why I'm setting the right element here. It is preventing a problem, but it's also causing a problem. Like, because if it is a valid index, we need to keep going until it isn't a valid index. So it'll first check 1, which will be folder 2. And that plus 1 is valid. But then it should check index 0 of the next one. Plus 1, that is invalid, so it should return back then we can update the element, then find the difference in depth, which would be 1, and just remove the last index, which would be the 0. So we don't want to set until here. We set that it's a viable location, of course. But then the index and item that we want to set is the previous index. This will just create more bugs. just watch, and then I'll be like, fuck it. I'm coming in tomorrow, we'll fix it tomorrow. It is getting late. And the item would be the... It seems right, but looks wrong. And honestly, it probably did just cause more problems. If this doesn't solve it, I'm just gonna go home and we'll deal with it tomorrow. The same bugs. Two zero. Should just be 2. Kind of weird because I even like put the last index -1 to grab here. So I knew that there would be an extra index there, but it shouldn't be. And now again, it's 2 minus 0 minus 1, so of course it's going to loop. Two times. I feel like I just don't have enough data to test it all out too. Like I might be fixing it for this specific drive setup, but the math ain't gonna be nice when I add more drives. It's just such a tech debt refactor waiting to happen. That's worrying. That's not good. Wait, why am I looping through local drive location, but also setting it? That's such a recipe for disaster. What the fuck was I thinking? Why didn't I cache that? That could explain a lot. I mean, it's fine if I want to manipulate the existing one, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's remove and add indices and fuck with them while I am looping through it. That's smart. Nothing bad has ever happened when you do that. Put that back the way it was. I mean, at least know where this is originating, so if we do just come back tomorrow, I can just rewrite this section. No, I feel like I was trying to do two things. So weird though, it feels so fucking close. Are we sure that the depths being presented here are correct when we're... Local 1, local 2, return 1. Local 1, return 1. Oh! Local 1, return 1. Is that correct? No, because the local... Like the local in this case is 2, and the return should be 1. So... what the fuck? because we're moving up. We're not setting the depth unless we're moving up. But that's not really what we need to know. We need to know where the depth currently is. But I was modifying it beforehand, so I'm modifying it before we're testing it. We definitely shouldn't do that. Oh god, but that's gonna break more things, isn't it? Because I'm handling the depth when we are doing the moving up or down. Or at least on the up. Maybe I should be incrementing it when we're moving up, but we shouldn't be decrementing it. Because we have to calculate how much we move up. Oh, that's broken a lot. Oh, that's infinite loop me. I think I should go home and rest. Oh no. Because like if the depths aren't accurate at the time that we're testing them, but then I've gotten the depths working for things before that, so it's I don't think the depths are right. Are they right before then though? Well, not really, because we're I mean, if we're moving down, this is true, but if we're moving up, it's not true. But I don't feel like this test should happen here. I do not like this decrement happening here. Because that's the entire point of doing it down. Here is determining the return depth. But then at the same time, I feel like that's just created my infinite loop again. No, I mean that's exactly it. The local depth 2, return depth 1. We just want to go up 1. Let me fix the math here to what it should be if the depths were correct. Like I think it's depth problem. Let me just do local depth minus return depth -1 because we're doing it based on indices. And as long as it's greater than 0. Three and 1. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. Going back 1. So we loop twice. I think the depths are fixed. Why is it kind of looping that though again? Is it actually setting the right thing and exiting out of there, but it's entering it because of something else? We should hit this twice, right? For the first time we're at index 1. Now is our 1 and 0. Two and 0. It's supposed to be 2, 0, 1. And I think that's fucking up because of this removal. Zero, zero, zero. Now that would be 0, 0 if we... Two minus 1, 0. It's only going to remove 1. One, 0, 0. See, it should be moving us back up to 1. But of course we need to remove 2 indices. We normally would have removed the one already. And if things weren't 100, because that is 1, 0, and then we were checking this. I'm so pissed I don't even want to go home. Just want to resolve it. I know why we were removing one though. And it was because if we had... I feel like I could really just put that here. Let me try something. Finally, it says 101. And it should remove 2. But it got trapped again. Damn it, it was actually looking correct for a second there. The moment I get it to actually build the right info. So it should put us at index 2. We're top level. Our return depth is 1. our start index is 0. Why? Because I was doing last index -1, but we should be able to get last index now. Because we are properly deleting the indices. Could explain it. No, it didn't. That's correct. Where's my D drive though? We have no warnings. But where's my D drive? Did we not reset like Jesus fucking Christ, look how messy this shit has become. I'm trying to debug it. Oh my god. Where's my D? What happened to my D? Why are we not resetting current high level loop start index? And final index at... Oh, hold on. Where's my D drive? What the fuck? Where's my D drive? Final index. High level loop end index. Where is my start index? Start index 2. What the fuck? It's not supposed to be 2. I reset that. I did not reset that actually. I put that in the wrong place. I should put it here. I am still at it. I am actually, I'm starting to win. The only thing that is not winning is my day tomorrow when I have to properly organize this. That is not the winning. And then we have to do the kind of annoying part, which is build the strings. Did I create another fucking infinite loop? Are you serious? Am I about to lose my marbles? What the fuck? That's supposed to fix the problem. What do you mean it's bugged? Zero, zero, okay. 0 loop index, that gets reset though. Local depth. Does not get reset. Obviously, we should reset variables. I know. Ligma. One of them is not getting reset when it should be. That's all it is. I think it is. That is correct. 001 001 200. You know, I appreciate those of you who are here and who realize how retarded I am, but are here to provide me unseen moral support. I do appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. There's still a bug. This should say 101. I could have sworn that said that before when I was not directly in the C drive. Oh, it did give me some errors actually. I fixed it working from root, but I didn't fix it working from... I rebroke it essentially. That's kind of awkward. Everything should be drive agnostic. Is it possible it's not? Another issue with local drive location. Probably because of the change in depth. Because they're all +1. Compared to what they're trying to find. Here it's an issue because of like the depth of that. But if it's not happening at depth, it only has starting to happen at depth 3. That worries me. That worries me. I feel like we're only fixing bugs that occur because of our data set, and we're not fixing bugs that are going to occur across any data set. It's only set though, so it's got to be this. Not impossibly it's here too, but I think it is. I think it's happening here. Local depth. Probably because we aren't. No, I mean like we set the depth here. Maybe I need to subtract the original depth. I'm not actually sure. I mean, it's one too many, but then when I went specifically into deeper folders to see if it would exacerbate the problem, but it didn't seem to happen there at all. I think it's depth of what we're testing relative to. No issue there. Those are correct. But it occurs here. Really weird though, it's like it's printing the right numbers except for one, which is the folder 212. All the rest of it is right. No issue there. No issue there. It's only running it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, which would match up with I don't even know. We're at 0, 0, 0. Are we? Yeah, because we're checking jimbob.txt. But now we're at folder 1. Our depth is 2 minus 1. 1. That's where it starts to occur. But our depth is not 2. Probably because we normally would have reduced the depth to prevent that problem from occurring. But here we are setting the return depth, but that is not the correct return depth. I thought we had the return depth fixed. It is doing the looping correctly. I'll start to wonder if this return depth is in the place that it should be. Because we haven't verified that we want to return there. We only want to return there when our viable location gets updated. Only when it's deeper, of course. But that would be with each index, because we're specifically going deeper. We're setting the new one to test. Setting it deeper. However, I am looping from drive. So I think it's actually just a case of that. I changed it so we're not looping from where we are. but rather from base. Which is why it works just fine here. That's all correct, like usual. And now I created another infinite. Time to go home, isn't it? I was so sure that that was the problem too. I'm like, oh, this makes total sense. We'll just start from 0. Tomorrow we'll just have to go through like one at a time and just verify, because it's clearly messing up. And I'm like trying to react to the mess ups instead of see them as they are occurring. I think we just need to like full on debug, check every single variable every time it loops and make sure that everything there is correct and I'm not just, I don't know, I just gotta refactor it. It is mostly working. I feel like we're only 1 or 2 points off here. But yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna take the L for today. And we'll come in tomorrow and we'll get this figured out. We're close. We are close. Or I will just go home and I'll drink a beer and eat a pizza and I'll figure it out at home. I don't know. I definitely need some energy. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna wipe my slate clean. So guys, have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for watching me suffer. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll get it fixed up. Or you will see me show off the fixed version at home, because I'm probably gonna go home and I'm gonna try to fix it. That's exactly what I'm gonna try to do. And I'm not gonna sleep until it's fixed. So guys, have a wonderful evening. Peace. Much love. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.